There we go. Yes, I know this is dangerous. I don't care. I think that goes in documents. Uh, Depot download complete. Okay. Let's see. Steam. Steam apps. Content. The witness. No clip. I don't even have witness installed. That's hilarious. I didn't even realize. I actually haven't done this stuff in so long. Yeah, this is the really old version, but it comes with a symbols file, so that's important. Like you can't turn off vignetting in this version. Okay. Cheat engine, attach the witness. We're just gonna do this, and then we're gonna say save. Cheat tables. Hey sheep. Yeah, I will explain if you've got questions, but there's only so much I can explain. A lot of this requires you to know stuff about the witness, which you may or may not. Okay. I think it didn't copy properly. Player's perspective, fair enough. Yeah, so have you played the randomizer for Witness at all? Because that's what I'm going to be trying to fix up here. I don't think it finished copying. I think I closed this window too early. Oh, it's just invalid. All right, cool. Weird. This is not a valid cheat. How is that possible? It shuffles the puzzles. That was the version I made. There's actually a better version now. That is was developed by Sigma. I mean, it's been like years. That actually does generate new puzzles. In particular, one of the things he did that I thought was very interesting is he made up a custom mechanic. Obviously, lots of people have made custom mechanics, but his custom mechanic I thought was pretty well implemented. He's running into an issue with it now that it's part of Archipelago and we've got a bunch of people playing Witness who really do not know the game, that it doesn't fail. So let me find a failing puzzle. It won't be in town. Oh, I should be using my cheat table. Yes. No clip. That's not loading. Okay, it's just being slow. Keep doesn't have symbol. We're just going to go here. My go-to when I need stuff. So when you get something wrong in this game, the symbol flashes. But that doesn't happen for custom mechanics because the way they were implemented is, well, custom. And so the question is, well, first of all, how does that work? And second of all, can we make it work for the custom mechanic that Sigma made? So that's what I will be investigating. Hopefully I won't need Firefox. All right. So let's take a look at this panel. We can see this is panel 469, I guess that is, active panel plus 1. And then that's here, so This should be an object. Then it's this. I know I'm jumping through things really fast, but that's because I do know how all of this works. So this is an entity machine panel. It looks like this. It has a bunch of data in it. In particular, the thing that I believe I'm looking for is called flash for errors. Where is it? Oh, no, it's not power off on fail. That one's dangerous. Initial dot size, num dots. Where? God, there are so many things in this stupid thing. Alright, I have to read more carefully. I don't think there's a search here. Flash T? Is it that? It might be. I don't remember if I ever looked at that. Let me go away. Let me clone trainer. I will probably also need Windows. Can't open this. I don't have Visual Studio installed. Amazing. Okay, I may or may not need this to do more hacking. I am not installing 2026. Get lost. Oh God, where did they even hide it? This one? Visual Studio, it's here. Older down, oh my God, I forgot how miserable it is to find this stuff. Visual Studio and other products. That sounds correct. Why do you need my sign-in information? Fine. Oh God, it's hosted here now? Gross. Wait, no, I wanted the community edition. What? Bro, what? That's gonna be 2026. This is a YouTube video. This is a YouTube video from 8 months ago and therefore will not have the information on how to download the previous version. Did they just kill it? I'm gonna be very mad. Let's go back to Year of Our Lord 2025. Yeah, I mean, at the time, older meant 2019. Okay, so we'll go back here. I don't know that I need this. The only reason I was looking for this was just so that I could see if trainer was doing anything with flash mode. I don't think it is. No, it's going to be in source. I don't think I put it in memory. Memory should be agnostic of. Yeah. Yeah, okay, these are all the things. So I've got like camera position, globals. Get panel data, this guy. Okay, yeah, I only ever look up trace edges. Sorry, I will return to my diversion of figuring out how the hell we download 2022 in a little bit. Which is to say, I think I figured it out, so we're gonna do it. Because this has version 2022 in here, which makes me think that this is the 2022 installer, although we're gonna find out. If it's not, I will cancel. Nope, it's not. There's one VS installer now. Okay, well. Yep, alright, great. We'll figure this out later. Anyways. So what I was actually doing, so I think it's this flash mode. So there's a couple of ways I can confirm that. The first one is, of course, I can just change it. I'm gonna make flash mode 1. Did I pause the process? Did it crash? Okay. int3 callback. Please detach. Sorry. Okay, so it's still flashing. You can see that flash mode jumps to 2. And then resets to 0. Okay, so the other thing I can see here is there's this flash T and flash T max. I can see that this number was counting up. So I'm just going to try setting it to 0. We are still flashing. It seems to get set back to 12, which is curious. Well, that's an easy one. So cheat engine. So I can add this to the memory list. And then I can F6, attaches cheat engine. And cheat engine will now tell me who writes to this address. So I'm going to set this back to 0. We're going to solve. We can see there's a write. So we're currently in a function called judge panel. You can see that here. And we don't know much about what this function does. We only have a couple of symbols, but we can see that somewhere here, we're loading a value. XMM1 gets loaded from this constant offset, and then it gets written here. And we're showing symbols, so I can see some of these addresses. I'm definitely going to copy this address. One more trick we have here is I can copy paste this and add 1. Nope, okay. Sometimes you get a symbol for it. So something is happening here, I don't know what it is. I will, I guess, go install IDA. That's the other thing I want. Thank you, yes. No, I didn't. I actually meant IDA. This one? Holy cow. There we go. Sorry, it's called IDA Pro, excuse me. Great. Freeware, please. They finally dropped Win 7 support. Good job, IDA. Oh, nice. It's crashing Firefox. That's cool. So the only thing that IDA will let me do is read this code a bit more easily. I can see a pretty good amount of what it's doing here, though. So we can see here that it's loading a string called panel failure. Then there's a BT. What is that instruction? Oh, come on. Okay, well, I don't know the BT opcode. Bit test. Okay. This is a bitwise test. So we're checking bit OX10 in EAX. And then if it's above or equal, so in other words, if it's set we skip into this branch. Otherwise, we write, I guess that's a float value of 0 into 284, noting 284 here is that flash t max. And then we jump out of the if statement, and then if we failed, this is like if failure. I thought add comment was semicolon. Control enter. Okay, that's a different language. Different piece of software, I guess. Why so many people use IDA over Ghidra? Ghidra is great. I just have used IDA for too many years. I just am not familiar with it. I used Ghidra for a little while. I couldn't get a handle on it. I went back to IDA. There's no good reason. If you are just starting out, use Ghidra. It's better. But I like all this stuff. I mean, you could see that I've like pulled up x64 debug. This is not an amazing piece of software, but this is what I got used to, and so this is what I use. Process already debug. Yes, of course. Set flash t max equals 0. This one should be flash t max equals 12.0. For some reason, we're saving the old value. Oh, we're just checking to see if we underset it, I guess. Hard to compare notes. Yeah. I mean, the disadvantage of Ghidra being in Java is that it kind of doesn't play nice with any other piece of C++ software. I mean, they could have picked like a save file format that was shareable. Okay, so the next question I have is, what on earth is this string? Why do we have a string here that seems to describe the outcome of our panel evaluation? And do I care? I might not care. The other thing I can look at here, of course, is, yeah, of course there's plugins. The other thing I can look at here is, if I want to just start digging more into the actual answer, I can look at how flash t works, because that's obviously what's causing the renderer to make it flash red. Okay. So judge panel is interesting. Obviously, this is what we need to change if we were going to, well, I don't even know, because I think, now I have to ask how Sigma's code works. Should be here. I think it's here, this nonsense. Please do not judge this code. This is not my code. I have complaints about this code. This is the code of the person I'm trying to help. Okay. So when his evaluation fails, he writes a Boolean here that modifies whether or not the panel believes it has triangle elements. That's cool. I'm guessing that when that is set, it probably causes panel evaluation to fail. I guess that tracks. And then this is the drawing code. Yeah, which basically just adds, yeah, okay. Cool. Okay, so I'm not going to worry too much about that. That's what he's doing right now. It's not elegant, but I guess we'd figure it out. Oh, your controller vibrates if you screw up a panel? That's hilarious. Oh, this string has got to be for printf purposes. Yeah, here's RSI, printf. Okay, perfect. So this is just for debugging purposes? Yeah, okay. So, okay, so we're not going to get much further here. I understand a little bit of how this code is working, and this is obviously not going to help Sigma because he's not drawing actual symbols on the grid. So let's try and understand what the flashing code is doing. So to do that, we're going to need to find flash t, because presumably someone is reading that to do the render, right? Like there's some render here that's flickering between red and the base color, and that's got to be reading from flash t to decide if it's yeah, if it's going to be doing it. Okay, and this has finally reached levels of I don't really want to be reading assembly. I thought I already had this. Apparently not. Okay, excuse me while I go register for yet another piece of software on the internet. God, why? Oh, Lord, what is wrong with these people? Not everything on the internet needs an account. Holy hell. Why do I need... Oh, okay, I'm going dark for a second to go fight Ida. I have to go register for yet another account on the internet. That involves opening up my password manager. Please sign into your account. I really don't want to. Oh, they believe in passwordless authentication. Great. So, I mean, it's a free account, but like, dear Lord. Download center. Where do I download your piece of software that is ostensibly free but requires all of the information and time? Please select the product. Okay, I have found it. It was a royal pain in the butt. Cool. Okay, so obviously replace these steps with whatever disassembler you want. Clearly, I cannot actually recommend this one given how complete nonsense they're making you, how many hoops they're making you jump through. Oh, there's my password manager. It's fine. Yep, I'm really glad that you're installing Android disassembly on my Windows build. Why? Why was Objective-C in there? I think it's just the docs. Throwaway emails. I mean, I could make throwaway emails at this point. My personal email is my professional email because I use the same alias. Realistically, yes, I should make throwaway emails. Requires a license file. What? Why did you make me make an account if you're going to require a physical file on my machine? What a mess. What a mess. Hell yeah. You even gave me the wrong folder. That's amazing. Oh, it just didn't do anything until I start IDA. I do agree to your EULA. I don't want to help. Go. Open. This one. Wow, imagine that. you told me that I needed a license file, didn't give me a folder to put it in, and are now complaining that you don't have a license file. That's so cool, Ida. You're such an amazing piece of software. Yeah, it's nonsense like this that does make me want to switch to Ghidra. I do not fault you for it. Holy crap, dude. Where is it? Did they remove the function to attach a PDB? Oh my God. Dude, why? I have used IDA with a free license before, so unless they made it worse, which is technically possible. File, load file, PDB file. It's just hidden, that's all. No, I mean, it would be completely useless if you couldn't actually load PDBs in the base version. Yes. Never RE'd with debugging symbols. It is the only way that I know how because I am bad at this. I am a hobbyist. I do not know how this stuff works. I enjoy this, but it is not a thing that I'm good at. Okay, so we're going to close everything here because it looks like it didn't actually work properly. And we're just going to go from scratch, which really sucks. But it seems like when they updated IDA, they didn't persist any of the stuff. Hobbyist, also a masochist. Well, that's really unfortunate for you. Okay, so it's going to have to go reprocess. It's going to take a little while. In the meantime, Cheat Engine is showing us this function called Entity Machine Panel Update. Now, I know about this function. This function is pretty big. Basically, this function, and any time in code or gaming you see an update function, this function will run every single loop. So every single frame of the game, it's going to run updates on every single entity. Source Engine, yeah, that makes sense. Source Engine was pretty good. So I know that whatever is happening here is presumably something standard for all Entity Machine panels, which is just the name they have for panels. So this is saying load. Oh, I found writes, not reads. Ooh, I should have been more careful. I actually want reads, because there's going to be several of these. Aha. So we've got a couple in Entity Machine Panel Update. This is going to be the reset loop here. Okay. So let's see if I can understand what this is doing before I have IDA. Because IDA is taking its sweet time. Yeah. So what we've been told here is we're going to load something into FlashT. Am I reading this right? No, sorry, we're writing this value into that value. Pretty sure. Not positive. So here's XML1. It's currently 0.01. It is still 0.01, but our flash T is 0.06. What? No, they're definitely floats. Are you rounding? Okay. XMM1 is now 0.17. Our flash T is still 0.006. Our flash T, okay, so no, this I was correct the first time. So this says XMM1 equal, or sorry, RBX plus, this says flash T equals XMM1. And then we have a jump if equal. I think that's off of this add SS. So this must be our frame time. That's my guess here, is this is just incrementing time since last frame. Clear Latour panel points. Okay, that's clearly another thing I'm going to need to learn about. So we have judge panel, decides if panel fails, sets, overrides, flash T max. Then we have entity machine panel update. And then we had a couple other functions here that I wanted to go find. Cheat engine. I know that you stand by this decision that you shouldn't have all of your windows appear in Alt Tab. I don't agree with that. I think it's stupid. Yep, I said it. Okay, so this is, we obviously have entity machine panel reset, which is going to say flash T equals 0. Duh. We've got this guy, which I think is interesting, get panel tracing colors. I haven't looked at yet. We've got 3 hits from entity machine panel update, 4 hits from entity machine panel update. X4 seems to be computing the cycle, then calls copy to clipboard. Sorry, copy to clipboard bytes opcodes. Did that do anything reasonable? Yes, it did. And then we've got this guy, which only got called twice. Oh, still in entity machine panel update. Values match float. I don't care. Pack metadata. This was part of our save process. Okay, so it's one of these. Let's go take a look at this guy. Get panel tracing colors is a void function. IDA is still processing. This takes forever. Apparently. Or it didn't load the symbols properly. What? Are you okay, IDA? Why are all my functions not named? I thought you finished processing. Cannot identify the entry point. What? Do I need to open? Okay. Apparently to open the executable and then provide the PDB. No. Fine. Okay. That's better. Clearly it's been a while. I'm so used to opening my saved thing. Don't save. Okay, now it's doing the thing. Hey, there we go. Nice. Okay. Close all of these. Sorry, I'm not supposed to interact with it while it's doing stuff, because that apparently is too much work. Okay, so get panel tracing colors. We're just gonna have to read it. What do we have here? We've got RCX 450. So I'm assuming we're getting an entity panel here. Even though this claims it's a void function, it seems like we probably were passed in RCX. Actually, I guess I can check that here. Perfect. It takes a panel pointer and then two presumably colors if they're vec4s. Okay. So it'll be RCX, R8, R9. So here's our first color. Ada, why did you change views? You know what? You can just go away. Disassembly. Why does the disassembly look like this? What is wrong with you? I don't need a graph. I need the bytes, please. Okay, columns. Segment I don't care about. Yeah, honestly, I don't give a damn. Just tell me the start address. Text view. Thank you. Don't know why that was so hard. I would like you to disassemble this. Yes, I know. Function frame is wrong. So proud of you. Why are you like this? This is the only reason I'm using you, is so that you can disassemble my shit. I don't have to do it by hand. Dear Lord. Function frame is wrong. Go back to this assembly. Check the stack frame layout by double-clicking a stack variable. Okay, so that's this guy. At first glance, it seems normal. What do you mean it seems normal? What am I even looking at here? Yeah, so these are our locals, these are our stack. Oh, they even have names. That's very convenient for you. Active color return, active color. Oh, these are out params. Interesting. Okay. That's fine. You may notice, what? Okay. Two special registers, S and R. Oh. So the example they're showing, the value here was too big and it clobbered their expected base pointer. Okay. Recreate the function. Undefining the first instruction, then creating. I'm upset that that worked, but I'm also happy that that worked. So the function now doesn't exist. So it's disappeared from here. But we can actually see the function contents, which are pretty good. I usually keep this assembly handy just because IDA is bad sometimes. Whoa. I wanted you to show disassembly. There we go. Okay. Get the panel's active color. Check for OX10 in the style flags. Do I know what that is? I should. Speedrunning. Witness. Probably this one. Style flags is 2-color symmetry. Okay. Yes, that makes sense. I should have read ahead because now we're looking at reflection colors. Okay, if gesture finished, so this is what I was talking about here. This is a cosine, so this is going to do that nice wave in and out. So each panel has, it looks like an active color and a strobe color, and it's just going to jump between them. We determine the flash mode. Ah, here it is. There are, dear Lord, 4 different flash modes. Huh. And IDA has very helpfully given them to me in order 3, 4, 2, 1. So case 4 is presumably a fast flash. Here's where it's amazing that I have a live product. Only fade out for the solution path? Yeah, you wish. This is accessing the... Oh, I see what you mean. Shit. Maybe this is for the path, not for the entities. No, that's a good call out. I was like, oh, it's accessing the flash mode. Yes, it is, but okay. Yeah, so there could be different fade outs for this path color. Anyway, I'm going to test and see what it looks like. Let's go to flash mode 1. My flash mode got set back to 2. That's weird. Oh, it's getting set to 0. Sorry, when's it getting set to 0? Here, it's getting set to a value here. It's just hard-coded to 2. Oops. What's my replace with code that does nothing shortcut? So now I can go here. Now I can set to 1. Okay, so 1 is a slow fade out from white. Two is a slow fade out from black. Yeah, 0 means active. That looks correct. 3 is a hybrid flash while it disappears. That was briefly going white, yellow, white, yellow, white, yellow. I'm going to assume 4 is then a black flash. Oops. Something is interesting. Okay, 4 is just a black fade. So 4 and 2 look pretty similar. Oh, 4 is a slowed down black fade. That's what I was talking about. Yeah, that's this delay here. It's a 1 or 3/10 speed black fade. Okay, interesting. We have learned something. This determines the path fade behavior based on flash mode. 1, white fade, 2, black fade, flicker fade, white active, white, black fade, 0.3 speed. I'll call that 3/10 speed. This is what I would call a human number. These are always very, very fun to spot in the disassembly. It's a number that's not really a float, because 0.3 is not representable as a float. And so this is a number that is very, very close to a number that I was write as a human, right? If I'm writing code, I'd write 0.3 and I wouldn't think about it. And the disassembler is like, well, I'll try. Yeah, so now I don't have to read the rest of this nonsense. Okay, and that's good. So that's something that I don't care about. So it's got to all be in here. So let's go get a disassemble on this guy. Oh, can I? Sorry. Can I name this function? Rename global item? No. Include in name list? Because I followed this advice. Oh, I did the destructive one. Does that get this back? Nope. Yeah, it got the name from the PDB, but I can't search it anymore, which is a bummer, because this function lookup is what I use a lot of the time. Okay. We're just going to reload IDA. I'm so glad you saved my layout, IDA. I was worried that I would have to recreate it. Okay, it is back. And now it's going to continue giving me that error. Okay, so it was Control P. Yes, this is the thing they're saying. You should delete it here. That's my del key, but maybe you meant backspace? Oops. Yeah, because now it's not here, and then recreate with P. Okay. It seems to have recovered. It seems to have recovered. Okay. So that is the less destructive way of doing it. Thank you, IDA instruction manual. Because now I still have it here. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. Okay. Let's go over this guy. Yeah, IDA is a piece of software. Okay, and now it knows that I want my disassembly immediately, which is great. I'd like you to synchronize with this guy. And then jump to this guy. Okay, so where are we at? Where are we trying to go here? 1400. Nope, that was the wrong one. Oh no. Yeah. Okay. So this is 1400. So C584D. C584D. So yeah, here we go. This is why this function's pretty big. So we're asking how this works. Okay, well, I'm gonna. So in theory, you can edit the code inside of IDA, but I don't like that, mostly because then IDA like tries to match it up with your code. So I'm just gonna edit it here. Finger cracking. Yeah, I'm sorry. Very habits. You will deal with that or suffer. I think those are the two options. You love it. All right, great. Problem solved. What was our style flags? High nibble. I have never heard of this style flag before. This is 4,000. Related to flash for errors. And that's all I know. Okay, so that's something. Flag is not set. Oh, yeah. So this is how flash for errors works. This is a text file. Yep, a text file, that's what I said. A text file, that's what I said. Do you not support TXT? I mean, they obviously support star. Normal text file, sorry, excuse me. V15, this is some flag that seems to be unused. DIL. This might get passed into this guy. So I still need to figure out what this function is, because this function seems important. Oh, there's a little bit more up here. Yes, I'm literally just reformatting the code, but this helps me understand what's going on. Dot flash t. What do I think dot flash t is? So dots is the way the game usually refers to the spots in the middle of the lines. But I'm not sure now. Maybe this is symbols? I don't think so. I'm going to remove these because I don't know what they do. I think this is like new flash time. This is my read of this code. Basically, we compute the current time and we say here's how long that they're supposed to flash for, and if we're over that time, yeah, okay. Flash mode, flash T. Okay, so again, V2 and V15 don't seem to be used. I don't know what this is. Oh, maybe this is flash for errors, actually. That would make some sense. Where are my style flags? Size. Jesus Christ. 450. Okay, so we're guessing that this is the high style flag. And we're going to set it to OX40. Try to intimidate the code? Oh, yeah. The code listens to me, not the other way around. OXFF, we're just going to set all the high flags. I don't know what that did. But it sure as hell wasn't good. Oh, yes. Good job. So one of the flags almost certainly is like play a sound when you finish. And I think it's related to the bunker elevator because that's the sound the bunker elevator makes when it moves. That was the bunker elevator loop. So sorry about that. I think it probably was this flag is the bunker elevator. Where did I put this one? This one. Old version, entity manager. Okay. So I haven't really answered the mystery, but we're gonna assume that that's what that is. Probably this is flash for errors. No, I think this is a false Boolean, no flash for errors. No, see, that doesn't look correct. Because it's not saying don't do it. It's saying do it, but more slowly. V34. Ah, yes. This is a great example of IDA being technically correct. IDA is saying, well, you know, this local variable technically has a value outside of this scope. So technically we declared a new local variable. Yeah, I don't care, IDA. That's not how functions work in C. So this is actually flag is set. I think this is just a slow flash. Maybe, or maybe this is a shortened flash. Right? Maybe this is saying reduce the apparent duration of the maximum flash time. Yes, I know there's time of check, time of use. I don't care. Flag is set. So this says clear the points at. Is this 3/10 iteration or is this 10/3 iteration? So let's say our maximum is max is 10 seconds. Flash t is 5 seconds. So we would compute flash t is now 3, and so flash t is no longer less than Yeah, flash t is no longer less than the maximum. So this will be false. So when is this true? So this is true. Yeah, okay. So we're going to do a little bit of substitution here. Because this is getting complicated, I'm going to do that. So yeah, if we're within the first 30% of the timer. Oh, okay. If we're about to tick over the 30% point. That's it. Not the challenge, sadly. I actually already know a lot about how to hack the challenge. I don't think that's very exciting. I'm trying to help Sigma because, well, and Reaver, because they were talking about what to do with the arrows in Sigma's rando, because the arrows don't flash like this. And so there's a lot of questions they had about, hey, like, there are other ways we could represent them on the grid, but they said before we do that, we should probably figure out how do they even work? Like, how does this flashing thing even work? So I'm trying to figure that out for them. What I'm starting with here is just some basic debugging stuff. I'm not going to go through all of it because that's why I'm recording. Clear whatever this is. Timer. Yeah, there's timers everywhere in this game. That's what makes animations. So when you see this flash here, what's going on is actually there is a timer called flash t and a value called flash t max. And that value, the timer ticks up until it reaches the maximum value and then it stops. This is just a very standard way of doing things in video games. John does it a lot. He's particularly fond of this _t for time and _t max for time max. Okay, so John has used this pretentious word called Lator, which I've never heard of. That's because he made it up. Hell yeah. I'm assuming this word is French. Word reference? It's not? Okay, do you know this word? Source your French. Excellent answer. It has 2 R's in it. Nope. Okay. Cool. Thank you for the heads up. I will stop Googling French translations. Well, let's see what this function does. Sadly, we don't have any comments. This is exactly the sort of name for, I mean, John names all of his stuff really stupid things. Spanish and Italian for tower. Good guess. That sounds more reasonable than anything else I have to work with. Hey, Sigma. Yeah, I try and record these investigations when I do them to try and teach people. Ah, if it was 2 words, la tour. But it's le tour. That's why I thought it was French. L-E-T-O-R-R-E. But maybe Italian uses le instead of la? He spelled it wrong. Honestly, very reasonable assumption. Okay, but let me try and dig into what this is doing. So we get an entity manager. We are tracking an array of items. We're going to call get portables. So this is the helper function that John has that says search every single entity object owned by the entity manager for all pattern points. Entity pattern point is, I believe, part of the puzzle solution. I don't think this is related to EPs. Not sure about that one. Let me double check my notes. Entity data. Ah, nope, right here. This is what I was looking up. Entity pattern point is the name for an EP. Okay, so this has something to do with EPs. I have a very good suspicion. I bet this is for the intro terrace, or the puzzle we call the patio EP. Because you have to get it wrong and then solve the EP while it's wrong. And so this probably says that, hey, at 30% time of that being wrong, you can no longer solve it. Relatively easy to test. Oh, it's not on? Wait. What do I have to do this guy? Oh, yes, I have the good pillars. Oh, I love these pillars. It would help if I solved the puzzle right, though. 30% of fading. Yep. That's my guess. Because the function we're in right here is called entity machine panel update, and we're looking at this code that says, hey, how long have the dots been flashing for? How long have we been saying things are wrong? Okay. So I'm going to get it wrong. I'm going to open live split. For all puzzles, oh, you wouldn't believe how many hacks are in this game for one puzzle. This game has so many special cases, you would not believe. Something is wrong here, and I know what it is. Where is the code that I zeroed out? Yeah, I changed the code that was affecting how the flash colors worked because I was investigating it. And then I forgot to undo that. All right, easy fix. Losing the not block. Look, it was there somewhere, okay? Flashing epileptic, I will not do that. I will show you the code. I actually already found it in this stream. If you'd like to do that, be my guest. Or don't, because everyone will hate you. Right, because this puzzle takes a really long time to fade because there's an EP on it. And so John had to decide how long before it becomes unsolvable. Found code that makes the colors change. The line colors change. I'm still trying to find the code that makes the symbol colors change, but I think we're getting closer. This thing takes forever, in case you were wondering. But also part of this process is to show you guys how to use the tools that I use, so that you can use them yourself. See, here's the problem. I'm colorblind, so we're going to say that's done at 45. Calc. 45, that's the wrong number. 45 over 3 times 10. No, 45 over 10 times 3. 13.5. 51. 15. You're not faster than the calculator. I hate to break it to you. Right, I have to get it wrong for like doing the fast solution. So the theory is that at 13, this should stop working. Maybe it kicks me off, divided by 3 like an idiot. Triangles don't get eliminated by the negation. I don't know about that, although you have Sigma here. If he's up for answering questions, I'm sure he could. Okay, so weirdly it didn't stop at that value, so maybe I did the math wrong, or maybe this thing lasts forever. There it is, 27. confusing human numbers. Yeah, exactly. Does 27 line up with anything? Times 10 over 3, it'll be a 90-second fade. Yeah, that's, I guess, reasonable. Okay, anyway, I think that's all this is doing. Expert playthrough, 522, very nice. Yeah, so this says EP meta points are no longer solvable after this time. Pretty sure this is only for tutorial patio. Hell yeah. I will be removing the space. I will also be removing that viewer. No, you all are very pricey viewers. I have to like turn on my stream and talk. It's horrible. I can't, yeah, now that you mention it, I can't really think of any other EPs that applies to. There might be one or two. It's just been a while. That's not solving puzzles. That one, no, no, no. I feel like that's got to be one of the only puzzles where you get a puzzle solution wrong and then solve an EP after it. Yeah, okay. Good job, John. Yes, you did hard code an entire thing just for this one puzzle. Okay, but that also tells us that we're on the wrong track, that this is not the piece of code that's doing anything. Because this is just doing the reset that resets the colors when it's done. Any other EPs use the line? Yeah, I think CPUs are very good. You got it. I mean, this game is actually very well optimized because, like, this code is really cheap, right? Presumably there's only one puzzle in the game that has this style flag. Oh! That's a question I can answer. Drive. Panels. Cheat sheet. That's what it's called. Thank you. Thank you, Google. I was trying to hit Control A to select all of, you know what? It doesn't matter. IO. No, I am not doing any college chants. So that's kind of strange. It says that this flag is only set on the mountain pathways. Which doesn't sound right to me, but I'm not really going to question it. I guess I can just go test again. OIO, that's cool. I was never much of a sports person. That's not true. I like playing football, soccer. I like playing soccer, but okay, active panel, this guy. Eh? Flag is, yeah, so I don't think it'll be set only when it's wrong. It's because the style flags are something that's baked into the game. Basically, each panel had some extra metadata that couldn't be encoded, and so John made a massive enum for like, oh, this panel needs this special behavior. So if you're wondering why the CPU doesn't burn, it's because, as you can see at the start of that check, it just says, hey, is this panel that has this special behavior? And if no, then whatever. C0. So this does have both flags set. Okay, so I'm going to assume that my massive dump is probably just wrong, because this flag is clearly set for the panel. So this says panel has EP points when solved incorrectly. Tutorial patio. Okay. So that was a dead end, which is fine. But it's interesting because that tells me that this flash t value that I thought we were looking at is just straight up not used for that. Back to swamp, because I know how swamp puzzle works. I really should be running the trainer so that I have like no clip shortcuts and such, but I'm not. Because I couldn't be bothered to figure out how to install Visual Studio 2022. I do not want to upgrade my program to 2026. No defines for each puzzle with a cool name. Oh, there are a lot of special cases for a lot of puzzles, but I don't know necessarily that they all get their own functions. Depends on the puzzle. You want Swampy Boots? I hate to break it to you, but internally that puzzle is not called Swampy Boots. I forget if we actually know what it's called. I can probably find it. What do I have to solve? I have to solve this guy. The joys of, yes, I still remember every solution to this puzzle, even if it's been like several years since I did runs. Okay. Just because you asked. Active panels 9A1. This puzzle is called Shaper's Discon 4. You're welcome. These are all the internal names of our puzzles. Change it. I could. It wouldn't do anything. Anyway. Okay, so back to what I was looking at here. So we've got a couple of things then that are clearly part of this flash behavior. I was looking at flash t, but it seems like that might not be it. So we're going to look at dot flash t now. Come on, Swampy Boots. Unfortunately, it is important to document the game in the state that it is, not to please the community. Okay. So first, we have a function called start tracing, probably not related. We have a function called judge panel. I talked about this one before. Wait, what? Why is that interacting with... What? Oh, I attached the wrong thing. Oh, or maybe I didn't. I didn't. This is compiler magic. Sorry about that. Yeah, so this write instruction here is writing a 1 to an integer field and a 0 to a float field. And it's doing something very fancy to do that because the compiler knows that these two fields are next to each other. So it's dots flashing and dots flashing t. It writes a large value. This is a Q word, which is basically a long 64-bit integer. And then it overwrites both of them at the same time, which is cheating, compiler, but the cheat engine picked up on it. Maybe flash color. That sounds really good. What am I looking at here? Let's look at dot flash t now. So we've got maybe flash color. We've got EMP update. And we've got another one from Entity Machine Panel update. All right, Rambo, thank you for showing up. Trainer changed the internal name. No one would ever know. That is true. Okay. Let's look at maybe flash color, because that sounds really appealing. Okay. So first things first, IDA is doing some nonsense. These are not real macros that anyone uses. No one ever uses the XOR flag with floats. That's not a real thing. So we'll have to go look a little bit more at what this disassembly is doing to try and understand what on earth is actually happening. But this does look like a feasible function. So we have a result vector here. So this is going to be a color. I know it's named vector4, but there's no way this is not a color. We're going to have a result vector. Okay, sorry, this is a good case of I don't really want to do this, okay, the hard way. So we return a vector4. We also have a vector4 result. This number has shown up for the second time. I am inclined to believe this number is a multiple of pi. Yes. Because usually when you see a number with this many significant figures, it is because someone has multiplied by pi and forgotten to remove the rounding. Okay. So that's a cosine here. We've got V8. Okay, so I'm just going to do a couple substitutions here. Here's V9. Okay, thank you for defining an entire separate variable for that. I'm going to remove the float cas because it doesn't really matter. It just so happens that this is a double and everything else is getting downcast to a float. And then I think I can remove all of that. Okay. We have a flag called panel.dots flashing, and we have flags that get passed to this function. So when we call this, let's see if I can figure out what flags are being set when we call this. This function is being called from, okay, so you were asking how they draw symbols, Sigma. There's this function here called draw decoration helper. That sounds pretty appealing, especially since it calls draw shaper and draw eraser, both of which sound like further draw functions. There's a thing called draw decorations in general. My guess is if you're looking for the rendering code, that's going to be a good starting point. But I'm going to start here with draw shaper. So in case you're not familiar, polyominoes, as I called them, are in the game called shapers. They're the things we've got in Swamp. Okay, so we're going to call a function called maybe flash color. So I'm actually going to jump here to draw shaper. Okay, so the flags are actually passed down into here. Draw decoration helper. Okay, I've been told it is Control P, delete, okay, and then this is the wrong function now. God damn it. What? Oh, piss. This is draw shaper. Okay, sorry. One sec. I deserve this. Copy to clipboard. Addresses only. Go here. Is that correct? No. Okay, fine. 1401. Trying to fight Ida and I'm losing. No further questions, Ida. Okay, draw decoration helper does not take any flags. So the flags must be appearing from here, and we're trying to see how this guy draws shaper. So draw shaper is a function that takes flags as its second argument, so we can see that's v10 here. v10 came from flags array. What? Oh, yes, okay. Each decoration comes with a set of flags. So Sigma, this is probably something you will need to look into if you're going to make these proper decorations. Each decoration has a flag, and there's an array of flags that goes alongside the decorations. And as far as I know, there's only one flag, which is for flashing. And it's going to use that to determine if it should flash the decoration or not. Yes, this is all sounding somewhat familiar. Okay, let's go back here. Right, let's go back here. I honestly think this is not doing anything super complicated. All it's doing here is it's just doing a cosine of the dot flash time to sort of generate a sine wave. And then it's using that to interpolate the color between the primary color and 1, probably. What is this actually doing? So XMM0 for panel 290. So that's going to be the F color, pretty sure. Oh, no, that's the flash time. Yes, here's the cosine check. This is the value 1.0. Minky, I did actually build... Yeah, I will. I did actually build a page on Witness Puzzles for solving the meta puzzle. I think it's just meta puzzle. Yeah, so if you do get stumped, there is this solver where you can play with all the shapes. Yeah, I mean, you've got a bunch of other folks in the community now who know how to do the hacking stuff. So if you can give them pointers, they can probably set you straight. Yeah, if you get really stumped, obviously, you know, not legal in speedruns, but should be fine for everything else. Okay, so sorry, I was trying to understand what was going on here. So RDI is our F color. Yeah. So we're loading. So this is going to be the, I don't know, one of the colors. Right. It's the +4 value. And then what do we do with XMM4? We move it to XMM5. It really is an XOR PS. What on earth does that mean? Yeah, I know what XOR PS is. Logical single precision performs a bitwise logical XOR of the 418 or single pack precision first source operand in the second place. Compiler intrinsic. Let's understand what these are. Nice intel. Why triangles don't disappear when erased? That one's probably pretty easy. It's just going to be that they don't have whatever flag in the decorations supports it. There's something in here for fading out. Yeah, I can put that on my to-do list. How do decoration fades? Yeah, but John didn't write the code. Yeah, John didn't write the code to be like hard-coded if X then Y. He usually just wrote the code to be like, there's some series of flags and we've only tested it for these. They're the ones that are set. So that's what you need to look for. But yeah, give me a sec here. I'm trying to I'm trying to read stupid nonsense. It would really help me if I could see where my cursor was. Triangles don't pick up color, probably. Again, that's something I can take a look at. I'm a little less interested in digging into that today. I really want to try and dig into these things. And sorry, yes, I am trying to understand something here about how the colors rotate. Oh, we're treating the float as an int. That's why it's giving me the stupid coerce float macro. This is the compiler being very smart. The compiler said, hey, I see that you're doing an operation on a linear series of integer values. I'm going to convert those integer values into a float, and then I'm going to run a multimodal vectorized operation on them, modifies them all at once. Great, thanks. So helpful. Okay, so whatever, right? Like, I don't care. The gist is it's doing some sort of sine wave math. I think I'm not going to be able to figure out more than that. Yeah. And this check here is saying make sure that the symbol is marked as yeah, some basic sine wave. The important thing here is this. This refers to decoration flags. Can't type. Which is only set to 1 when the decoration is invalid, i.e. needs to flash. Okay. So that's what's triggering that, and that's what's giving us the color flashing. So I will double check that the Entity Machine Panel update code here isn't relevant, but my guess is it isn't relevant. Sorry, I would like you to resume. Resume? Okay. It's not that one. It's module addresses. Okay. So this is maybe flash color that we were just looking at. This is Entity Machine Panel update. So we are going to C5 813. Right here. Oh, okay. I already looked at this code. Yes, this is what I thought. So this is the other code in Entity Machine Panel here. That's this guy. So this is just resetting decoration flashing. And it looks like they're using dots. So I think it's the same behavior for dots as it is for decoration. So dots are the little points inside the lines. Same behavior for those as it is for decorations. Okay, so that's pretty easy. Okay. Yeah, so this is C above, just end of loop behavior. This one's a little more interesting here. Okay. So is there anything else for me to understand here? Oh, I did say erasers. I meant arrows. Sorry about that. That might be why people were asking me about erasers. Yes, let's go check how faded out puzzle elements work. Where am I going? Nope, it's Boathouse. My favorite puzzle with 2 erasers, i.e. the only puzzle in the game that has 2 erasers. Ta-da! Okay. Okay. So I think we're gonna go look at Judge Panel again. Because my recollection is this is the guy that's responsible for the stuff. Yeah, if you wanted to see hard-coded stuff, there is a lot of hard-coded stuff here, right? Hub triple, this is the town triple panel. This is, I think, the only panel in the game that has 3 separate solutions, all of which are considered valid. And so it checks against these constant sequence values that are these known paths through the puzzle. Touch dots. I forget which panel this is. Maybe this is a couple of them. Oh no, this is Creaky Bunker. This is the bunker vault, which is also special because it can be solved both ways. Technically, there's a flag here. Oh no, maybe this is just any dots panel, and there's just special behavior for the. Yeah. There's special behavior for the bunker vault or for the shipwreck vault. Sorry. Anyway, yeah, and then clev is their term for the this one's actually, I meant bunker, the bunker elevator, the one which has multiple solutions depending on the height that you're in. Because it needs the color map to know, like, what floor are you on, how does that impact the colors of the different panels. So judge pattern flood fill, I guess, is the thing I need here. Let's go look at style flags. Has erasers is 1,000. Here it is. Okay, so there's a thing called panel.eraser status. So that's probably what I'm looking for here. Yeah, eraser status active, eraser status fade. Yeah, well, I mean, that's the way I did it in Witness Puzzles as well. Sorry, it's here now. I believe this is the only way you can reasonably implement them. Validate, yeah. Which is that you have, like, your pre-negation behavior, where you sort of validate the region and find the list of negations. And then once you've found all the negation symbols, you can run a validation without negation symbols. But John also got away easy. What I did in Witness Puzzles was to support more than one negation, which the game doesn't. This is sort of the classic puzzle for it, but you can see that if I do this, the two negations will just sort of cancel random things. It's not actually consistent. It's not supposed to be consistent. Oh, I have to do this. Something like this. I don't remember. It's been a while since I've done this. Maybe it's not quite as random as I remember, but yeah, it's the purple satisfied. I don't remember the proof of it. We found an example in this puzzle, but basically you can force the erasers to do weird things when there's two of them, and it's because John didn't deal with the every possible interaction of them. The short answer is that's why there's only one loop here. There's basically a single evaluation before you run erasers, and then you run erasers the second time. That's what this first pass is for. So there's a list here called erased decorations, which sounds like what I want. So that's going to be here. So I guess I will add a watch to this. Okay, now we've got a bunch of stuff looking at. So, so we're gonna first. This is how. Yeah. Yeah, with erasers. Okay, so first function here. Oops. Entity panel start tracing. And don't worry, I'll be posting this text file when we're done, so you don't need to take notes off of it. So this is probably just a reset to 0. It looks like this is a reset array. Yeah, looking at auto array. What is this even auto array of? Auto array int. Entity machine panel auto array. Oh, sorry. Eraser status decorations. This is in unknown code, so we're probably not going to be looking at it. It's also just resetting to 0. This is judge pattern flood fill, which seems relevant. Judge pattern flood fill, read size. Okay, so there's several individual hits in judge pattern flood fill. There's one hit inside of judge pattern. There's a compare. Where is that? Oh, judge. No, we're in judge panel. 1400 BF 771. Yes, this is in the other judge panel. I don't know why that did a second one, but anyway, here we are. So this is, yeah, a different version of judge panel for some reason. 3x, 1x inside this function. Let's just make sure that's true. Looks like a second hit inside this function. Okay. Judge pattern flood fill again. Draw decoration helper. This one seems more interesting. That's just a helper function. That's a helper function. That's more helper function. Yeah, okay. So I think the place to start is here. Although I will take a quick look through this guy. Yeah, this seems to just be resetting. Maybe, not clear. Yeah, no, this is just resetting it. This is making a new empty array and just clearing out all the stuff here before we rerun the judgment. There's so much weird stuff in this. What? There's a quieter error mode if you have a different flash mode. The combo panels are what get this flash mode. This is multi-panel. They intentionally quieted multi-panel. Oh, there's a random pause before multi-panel solves. That's cool. No, that's a really good idea. Because multi-panel, if all the noise is played at once, it would be very loud. So there's a small randomization between all the different panels. Yeah. That's really smart. Anyway. Welcome to the beautiful hacks that make up this game. Anyway, there's nothing particularly interesting in Judge Panel. Yeah, this is just resets the array before evaluation. Clears zeros the array before evaluation. Let's look at Judge Pattern Flood Fill. Oh Lord. This function, very big. Good news, I don't actually need to know what it's doing because I can figure it out. Flood fill is obviously what you do to evaluate negations to figure out if they're, validly in the space. Yeah, I can't search in here. So here probably is the failure stuff. Yeah, region-based checks, exactly, right? Like flood fill is not a crazy idea here. Here's recursion. Here's a quick sort. Okay, here's our erase decorations. So obviously I don't know everything what's going on here. Must be like half this code? Yeah, at least for witness puzzles. Again, I can only speak from my experience, but I actually made an entirely separate file for polyominoes, for shapers, because there was just so much nonsense that you had to do. Obviously, I'm not in C++, so I have to also pay some slight overhead for JavaScript craziness. Okay, so trying to figure out what on earth this is doing. Obviously, I'm not digging into this code super carefully here, but it seems like we're setting this is that style flag, the decoration flag that says this needs to flash. Yeah, it looks like there might also be another flag here, the OX500 flag. Or sorry, OX400 and OX100 flag that I maybe there are more flags here and they're just only used during evaluation. Yeah, because here's decoration flags, right? 139. Please ignore this garbage code. This is just doing a loop, basically, over every single decoration. We're checking to see if erasers are running. If they are, we're seeing, I guess this is a flag that's set on each decoration if it was negated. Yeah. Here's that eraser sound playing that says that we've erased something. Okay, so all this function is really doing is applies the erased decoration flag um, depending on the results of, well, flood fill. Okay, and then draw decoration helper, which I suspect is where the actual visible code is happening, and this is probably where that bug with triangles is showing up here. So we're getting the panel color. Sorry, we're getting the panel color here. Pretty sure. Yeah. This is the foreground color. I think this is the main panel color, like the color of the background, basically. So on this panel, that'll be black, because that's what we're going to need to interpolate between. We've got a list of decoration colors for each of the decorations. Again, there's some really horrible assembly going on here, which makes this really hard to read. Probably the simplest thing to do is going to be to debug through this and see what actually happens to the colors. But you can also just kind of infer what it's doing here. So there's a decorations array. There's some flag here. What is that flag? OXF, did I read that right? Oh, it's 1020, no, OXFOO. Sorry, my hex is not working here. 1024 to hex is OX400. So this is checking flags 400, 100, 200, 400, and 800. And it's saying of those. Oh, okay, sorry, yes. That makes sense. So this is saying get the type. Yeah, because the types here are where was I just looking? Yeah, 100 stone, 200 star, but then eraser is 500 and triangle is 600, which is weird. And then they're asking if flag 400 is the only one set. I think that's what 1024 would be here. It's not super obvious to me, so I'm gonna keep reading. Yeah, but get the symbol type 100 stone, etc. 200 equals, sorry, just make sure I've got my notes here, star, etc. So I believe this is, yeah, only for polys, because that's what 400 will be. That'll be, yeah, OX400. Load panel symbol A color instead of the usual active color. That's my best read here. Again, I'm not stepping through this code per se, and I'm just sort of ignoring this because I'm pretty sure this is a really horrible way of assigning values to each other. Colored dots. Is that what symbol A color is for? Because this flag here, 2000, is for negative polyominoes. Dots have their own flags. They do. These are definitely not dot flags. These are definitely panel flags because this array is called decorations array. also, again, like that makes way too much sense that we'd be talking about the type of the decoration. Yeah. Only for while ops. Use. Okay, so we load decoration colors, we pull the array. Again, I'm ignoring anything that says MM because these are just crazy compiler optimizations. We're probably just copying the color into the result. That's probably all we're doing. Okay, P2. So this is an input value. We have P0, P1, and P2. We have two-directional vectors. We have three two-directional vectors. Why would we have a 2D vector when drawing? I guess it's got to be positions. Maybe these are 3 points. Yeah, they have an X and a Y component. Okay, we're asking about the distance between P1, distance between these 3 vectors. We're going to compute the symbol scale. We need to determine rotation. OX 1000 is the rotational poly? Yeah. R poly. Sorry, these are, again, my internal names. I'll just put this block here in case people don't have it. And then we've got eraser time. Yeah, modify F color for eraser. Yeah, you're getting a little ahead of me here, but yeah, presumably then we say if this thing is erased. Oh, we actually are iterating through the erased decorations items. Okay, this makes perfect sense, right? We say load up the items array, check if there's any of them, then iterate through all the items until you run out, and then call this. And then let me just make sure there's nothing else particularly exciting here. Draw Go stone? I'm sorry, are the stones called stones because of Go, John? That's not a good reason. This is what we call squares, by the way. It's from Go? What a horrible reason. They're nothing like Go, but I guess the regions of Go is where the inspiration came from, right? The idea that like in Go you control a region, and so you draw your lines on the panel. Okay. I mean, I guess I believe it. I don't like it. Anyway, so we once again have a copy of our panel flags, so you can see 256 here is going to be OX 1000, that's stone. 512 is our polyomino. 1536. These are not hex. Why are these not hex? So 256 is going to be, yeah, 100. 1536. 600. Okay, here is your triangle. Oh, they're called counters. Sorry, I forgot. Yes, of course. So if you're asking questions about how triangles get drawn, that's going to be right here. Yeah. Okay. Counter. I mean, that's not a bad name. I just don't like it. Anyway, and the point is you can see it's refreshing the color here, so probably you just null this line and you get your nice colors. But we will look at modify F color for eraser per your request. One suspiciously named function. Other than that, all looks normal. It looks pretty normal. There's a nice function called Yeah, so I have bad news for you. This function looks like garbage. But I can see that it's talking to the eraser fade time. Yeah, it's just got to be this, right? Like everything else here is using this result object, which gets modified by the fcolor for eraser, and this one is not. It's using color. That's it. That's the problem, right? Like it might even be a bug, honestly. John just didn't realize it. Because yeah, you can see everything else here is using result, which is this modified color. Look at this jank. No, I just wanted to double check that I understood what this function was doing. Like the name is very well defined. And then I can see here almost immediately, right? This is talking to the eraser status fade time. Oh, okay. No further questions, right? It's doing some math about the fade time. It's interacting with the path colors. Great, done, right? Don't have to think about it. That's all I was looking for here. Weirdly, triangles, aka draw counter, do not seem to use the result color, which is modified for erasers. Instead, they use the original color. Wonder why that color reset is there? Dude, it is so hard to figure out anything. Probably there was a bug one day. I mean, the only thing I can point out here is there's some weird size, I think this is, radius of the object, but it was probably just a copy-paste mistake. This is also weird. There's some strange modification. I'm not going to worry about it. The point is, I believe you could probably change that. You've got several instructions here. You've got like, I don't know, 13 bytes to work with before this call to draw counter. So you almost certainly have the space to just load the correct registers with assembly. That's not a problem. Did you have one more question? Triangles don't disappear. Oh, yeah. Let's take a look at Drago stones. Let's talk a little bit about how this stuff actually works. So, because there was a little bit of discussion in the chat about in the Discord about how does the drawing actually work? It's this. It's again not very pretty to read, but there's a quad here being drawn. It's drawing its vertices directly with a UV map. This is what rendering code looks like. They've got a little rounded edge for the corners. It's a little surprising to me because again, again, like you look at this thing closely, and you can see that the damn edges are pixelated. Stream lag, okay. Like the edges of this are very pixelated, which is weird to me. Like clearly there is something bad about the drawing code, but maybe that's not true for the stones. Let's see if I can go find a stone. Should be one here. Yep. No, I mean, this is pixelated too. Yeah, it looks like it's drawing it onto a texture, because that's what this immediate vertex is for. So probably just the size of it isn't good enough. But yeah, you can see it draws 4 corners to round the corners. Like, you can definitely write code like this. It's not impossible to understand, even. It's just not fun. It's just not fun. But yeah, there's an immediate context that you draw to, and then that gets rendered onto the panel texture using X and Y coordinates for the location, I think. Oh, we're even calling maybe flash color here as well to change the color of the stone. Yeah, it's all hard coded. Like this would be obnoxious if you wanted to try and write your own, if that was the theory of like, oh, can we build our own function to add a new case label here and write our own function to draw a triangle? You would struggle a fair bit. It's not going to be particularly fun. You probably would have some success if you duplicated one of these functions. Like, it's not impossible. It's just not going to be easy. Groupers or stars? Oh my lord. Please stop showing me that. Yeah, more of the same. So for the stars, how many vertices are normally on a star? I want to say they're 8 vertex. Witness to build with debug. Sorry, at the beginning of this, I actually showed how to get that. This is just me using a very old version of the witness. There's a download depot command you can run to get access to it. Yeah, these are 8 pointed, right? So there will be 16 total corners. Does that sound right? 4. No, that does not sound right. Yeah. Please, one of the points of this was also to show off some of the stuff that I've done, just so that you all can crib off my notes. There are 12 here, but these aren't 6 pointed. All right, well, I'm not really sure how this works. Or maybe I've got the wrong term. Maybe groupers aren't stars. It doesn't sound right. But again, it's the same stuff. They're doing a bunch of math, and I know this disassembly looks very scary, or this code looks very scary. This assembly does too. That's just because the compiler does really horrible things to try and optimize this code. You could write your code in very normal assembly; it would be fine. There's just a bunch of like optimization math happening here. But yeah, this is the main thing. Device context immediate begin. You say, here's, I want to do a thing, and then you do a bunch of device context immediate vertices. And that just draws on whatever the current context is. Probably the simplest thing to do would be to just like replace one of these. Say like, we're just not going to support shapers for 5 minutes and go build your own symbols. Invertex. Yeah, so basically the way this will work, it's a little frustrating, but yeah, basically inside the invertex function here, it is just being told I have a position to get to. Let me draw from the current position to that position. And vertices then make a shape, and so when the flush happens, it'll like this is D3D rendering. You can go learn more about how this stuff works, but it understands that it's finished a shape and it renders the contents. This is what GPUs do basically. So these are the libraries that you get from GPUs. Yeah, that's basically what's happening. So what you could see for the stone instead of that was that the stones would draw a square with a bunch of vertices, and then it would round the corners. So if I had to guess, it's actually probably drawing several separate boxes. It's not the prettiest code, but it works fine and it's fast. That's what mattered. Any other burning questions before I finish the stream? I know there were a bunch of folks here who seem to have lurked. That's quite fine. I've got maybe another 15 minutes to go digging. Yeah, I know you did. Do you know if Reaver had any questions that I didn't get to? I did answer pattern points. Yeah, pattern points are EPs. If you're curious, I have some code in the trainer that can render different entity types. And you'll see the entity machine panel is what we would call a panel. Entity pattern point is what we would call an EP, and entity door is what we would call a door. I have a few of these in the cheat table. I also showed how to get that, but a bunch of these structures are here, so you can play around with them. I believe also the cheat sheet should have a full extracted objects list, so you can actually just look through every single object in the game here. There's a bunch of different types, but we're able to just pull all of them. And if you're not sure, you can go to the coordinates, or you can load the ID. Again, I showed some of how to do that. I didn't talk through it too much here, but with the cheat table, basically you can load an ID here in the Entity Manager, and then you can look up the contents of it with the structure from the structure map. Resources for loading the structure sheet engine. Again, everything is in the resources page, and if it's not pinned, I can pin it. That's not a problem. Yeah, speedrunning Discord. Yeah, sorry, I'm not in the ARC Discord. If you have been doing modding talk there, I have been missing it. Let me know if you need me in there. I am technically present in the Discord. I just don't look at it. There's a lot of conversation there. Yeah, certainly if you have modding resources, I'd like to try and keep them in the speedrunning Discord just because that's where that started. Obviously, there's something wrong with having things in both places, but as you have already noticed, it's hard to find all the resources, so it's helpful to keep them all in similar places. All right, I think that is going to do it then. I don't have any other topics to explore. I will be saving this file, and I'll send it along with the highlight of this, so that all of you folks can learn from all the chaos that is this game. I didn't end up using x64 debug, which is good. Yes, thank you for hanging out, and I really appreciate the questions. Always good to be actually answering things directly as they are needed. Music. Music. Bandcamp? Bandcamp. Ah! My ears. Agenda, making arrows flash for how's the audio? Hopefully not blindingly loud. Someone will have to tell me once they get in here. Chat. Okay. I really wish Ida wasn't light theme, actually. That's a question. Current theme, dark. Oh, thank Christ. Well, okay, now just to think about it. There we go. Okay. Because I keep tabbing between other dark theme stuff, and it's really jarring if it's not. Okay. So we're going to draw counter. And then inside of draw counter, I hopefully have just written a bunch of nops. So I wanted to persist case 4, but case 5 should be dead. So that's E5 DFE. It's right here. Okay, so it would help if I ran the code. Confirmed. It would in fact help if I ran the code. Okay. So we are here. So I think we're actually too far. Right? Because IDA says it's this MOV XMM0, XMM6 instruction on 30E. Okay, so we're way too far. We're like 20 bytes too far. Okay. It's not too hard to predict. I guess I should put my breakpoint here. Okay, that one was a little bit better. We can go back another 10 bytes. Oh, good job. Bandcamp did not actually play my music. Just played the song I like and decided that was good enough. Love you, Bandcamp. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 bytes. We're gonna go 9 in case I can't count properly. We're gonna go some number because I can't count. No, I didn't. Dude. Yep. Confirmed, cannot count. So just to be clear, we are jumping, because I've overwritten this jump instruction, FO2. Is that correct? That might not be correct. Oh my lord. Okay. I mean, good news, this is a solvable problem. Draw counter. So here's our jump that we're going to overwrite. Oh, we're currently jumping to FO2. But I want us to jump to here, right? D9F, I think. DF9? No, it's DFE. Ah, because this is the case for 4. Okay, so I want to jump to here, DFE. So I should just be able to do math on that. OX1E5 D9F. That's not what it was, right? DFE. .11c. I was close. So here's my NOP sled. Stood vector byte x90 or how many bytes do I have? So this is the next question. Because I have down until I think it's this MOV. Yep, FO2. This is a lot of bytes, man. I'm very excited to have this many bytes to work with. I do not usually have this many bytes to work with when I'm writing assembly. Hell yeah. Yeah, it's just confirming this is correct. FO2. I've still got more bytes. Do I have another 50 bytes? Holy cow. We have over 200 bytes to build this assembly. Yeah, I'm gonna go crazy with this. We're gonna write some nice code. Holy crap, this is a huge hole that we can build into. I want to get the exact size, just so that I know exactly what I'm working with. I can definitely write another 10 bytes. Oh, it might be exactly 10 bytes. That would be cute. It is, in fact, exactly 10 bytes. All right, I have 260 bytes to work with. Clear out the space for our new assembly code. This ensures we don't okay. There's probably a way of doing this that's less garbage. What did I do in SSR? Not in SSR. What did I do in trainer? Hmm? Oh, I'm in the wrong file. That's why. Okay, so I did something. Oh, yeah, this will be fine. Const expr max instructions equals 260. Max instructions. Static assert. Size of instructions. What? Is this an actual error? Oh, this isn't typed. Am I allowed to put a comment in here? Are only 260 bytes available in this code cave. Make sure that still compiles. It sure doesn't. Cannot convert. Oh, we actually have the type byte here. Excuse me. Still mad. Cannot allocate an array of constant size 0. Can't convert argument 2 from const byte to. Oh, it needs to be non-const. Fine. Oh, it needs to be a vector. Pretty sure that's legal. Nope, vector's mad at me now. Fine. Define. How do I construct a vector from an array? Where's your constructor? Template allocator. Where's your constructor? No, not vector pool. Constructor. Thank you. Count, value, iterator, vector, initializer. What? Vector from array. Oh, it's like and array 0. Really? That looks so wrong, but I guess that makes sense. Okay. I guess I can do it in this order. Yeah, and so here's the thing. I'd really like to make this a single structure. We're definitely not going to have that. I think it's this one. 4. Inserts elements from range first to last before position. No. Because a vector, I don't want to resize the vector. Okay, whatever, man. We're doing this the boring way. Yeah. Ensure that all of the non-instruction bytes are NOPs. Then this should just be bytes. Okay. Make sure that compiles. I'm actually going to restart witness. Make sure that's the wrong piece of software. Just to make sure that's all working. Okay, so here we are at draw counter. Under the impression that case 5 here is our burn mark at DFE, which I'm pretty sure will still be correct because I've done all the testing for it. Okay, so that's a bad sign. Our jump didn't land properly. Our NOP sled is here. But this looks incorrect. I'm pretty sure these are the bytes. Oh, also I didn't actually change the bytes, which is probably bad. I should do that. What are arrows? Yes, Sigma made a randomizer. I do have a Discord ping. Yeah, Sigma's randomizer has a mechanic in it called arrows, which are an interesting mechanic. Once I'm done on this old version, I'm going to switch to the new version. I can show how they work. So like 15 minutes, I think. So draw counter is CE2, which is here. Oh, this should be writing directly at draw counter. Oops. Okay, well, this is why we test. I didn't mean to close that program. It's okay. Oh yeah, that's the ping from the bot saying that I'm live. Makes sense. Okay. For the sake of argument, we're gonna put some fake instructions in there, just to make sure they're getting written correctly. Okay. So this is now saying this. Compare 3. It even gives me the correct line address, and you can see that my bytes 1, 2, 3, 4 are all correct here. Hey Sigma, yeah, totally fine. I don't know how much I'm going to be streaming. I may or may not finish all of this today. There's a bunch of other nonsense I kind of want to do this evening, like play video games. But I will at least be trying to get started on this. Okay, so we're going to say... Oh, if you do have free time, Sigma, can you review the other PR? I wanted to keep them separate just because that first one was pretty straightforward. This one's going to be a bit scarier. I guess, Reaver, if you're watching, you could do that too. Placeholder code confirmed working on old patch. Hey, Reaver. Yeah, new PRs percent. No, it's exactly one, the triangle negation one. I want to get that one in before I start working on this, just in case I need to add complexity to it. That's all. Oh, perfect. I'm behind. Excuse me. Okay, thank you. Very helpful. So I will then fetch and rebase. Perfect. Why am I typing things again? Please ignore the git that I'm doing. It's not important. I just want to make sure that my code is saved. Okay, let's go boot latest patch now. And we will make sure of a couple of things. The first of which is going to be confirming that I haven't broken anything. So that's going to be this guy. This is the panel I've been playing with just because I know where it is. And it's nice and bright. Custom symbols use a 700 range. I'm not sure. So no, so I was able to persist. Okay, I'll talk about that in a second. I want to confirm this is working, and then I will show you what my latest plan is, because I've been thinking about this some more. Okay, so we did find draw counter. We believe it is here. Let's double check if that's true. I'm going to ignore that. Okay, so this is the correct address. That's a good sign. This jump is still exactly the same size. That's also a good sign. So I'm going to believe that my code here is still valid. Okay. Now, are we actually in the process of crashing? Debug, run. No, everything is fine. Okay, excellent. We're going to write this. Uh-oh. Where do we go? Where do we go? Okay, yeah. So now we are correctly capping out at 3. That's good. Okay, and there's our NOP sled. Perfect. Okay, everything is working fine. All right, let me talk a little bit more about the plan here. So I'm back here in IDA. This is that draw counter function. This is what's responsible for drawing the triangles. Here is what I wound up doing, because I think this is going to be the safest option. So I still haven't decided if we're going to use 700 or 600. I think for now, it might honestly be simplest to use 600. But what I am going to do is, assuming we need only these 4 cases, 1 through 4 triangles, I have zeroed out all of this code. It's about 260 assembly instructions. It's in fact exactly 260 assembly instructions that we can now use to write whatever custom functions we need. And in fact, we're no longer bound by this. So one of the things I was realizing is I want to try and give you guys as much flexibility as possible. I'm not sure if this is correct or not, but one of the options we have is to let you guys build arbitrary n-gons rather than triangles only. Certainly if we've got a bunch of free space, it might be simpler to do that. I haven't decided. At the very least, I will make sure that whatever I've got works for both cases. My understanding is that right now we're drawing arrows just kind of however. Having higher triangle would have or would solve? Which one? Do we not want them to flash? I thought that was intentional. No, Sigma, you're just going to have 24 different symbols. Each of the 3 sizes in each of the 8 directions. I believe that there are about 1,600 or 16,000, sorry, available symbols if we use the high byte or the high nibble. You want the arrow watchdog to take care of it. Okay, talk me through this. So we've got a watchdog called the arrow watchdog, and its responsibility is to say, I detect if the arrows are valid, and if the arrows are invalid, I will set some sort of flag. Write the decoration flag. Here's the problem I have with that. My understanding is that the decoration flags are not persisted. Oh, sorry, Frenzied Coder, this is your question. What do arrows look like? This is an arrow. So this arrow says, I need 2 lines in front of me. So it's valid because there's 2 lines in front of it, and therefore this negation symbol can't negate it. This is a single line, and this would make it wrong. So I believe this is a valid puzzle. The code is not running right now, so that's why it's not actually validating properly. But the other problem here, of course, as you can see, is it doesn't flash when it's wrong, and it doesn't turn dark when it gets negated. It's a cool mechanic, but as you can see, the way it's built right now is sort of with these very harsh lines. My understanding is that's because it's basically being built out of these line segments that the game already has. It's not actually being built with direct raster, which is the thing we'd like to fix. Okay, sorry, I wanted to get the active panel, put it in here. Yeah, carved out of the background. So here's the problem as I understand it is that right now there is a decoration flags array. When you click into the panel, they don't get reset before judge panel. You sure? So if I put a watch on this guy, but if the symbol is right, it won't change. So here's my concern. There's a bit of a race condition here. There's a bit of a race condition here between when the panel is judged and when your code runs. And so if yeah, but you need to get there before the panel evaluation happens. I guess I'm just worried that it's not gonna happen in time, right? Like your watchdog is running, I think, every few milliseconds, every second. Yeah, you've got it running every second, basically, unless this is somehow, I don't know where this value is coming from. Where is this value coming from? You have a public flow. You know what? I'm not asking questions about your code. Negation of arrows. I am talking about negation of arrows, but let's start with just talking about validity of arrows. Because right now, there's no way to flash a single arrow because you're setting a flag on the entire puzzle, right? You set a flag on the puzzle that says the puzzle has triangles, and then the puzzle says, oh, if I have triangles, I guess they must all be invalid. Right? I assume this is how this works? Yes, they are. So my concern, and this is what I'm going to go check, but my concern is that decoration flags get overwritten immediately as we attempt to judge the panel. So at the beginning of judging the panel, I need to do this not in latest patch. Let me actually do that. When you judge a panel, the game will clear all the flags because it needs to then get set up again for judgment. And if you don't run your watchdog in between that clear, then maybe you miss. You think it's when it starts tracing. You just use the preset solution to determine. No, I don't think so. Unless I'm misunderstanding what you mean by that. You're saying the like hard-coded path stuff? Okay, let me go find a panel. Let me go find that panel. Just for the sake of argument. There are about to be a lot of windows on screen. If that scares you, Too bad. Where are decoration flags? Here. Violet determined that we could use the hard-coded solution thing to invalidate instead of a zero triangle. Yes. But you don't want to do either. You want to flag the decoration as being invalid. Like, that's the whole point of this change, is you're going to start being first-party members of the puzzle, so your decoration will actually be a decoration, right? So, like, right now, we're marking 1060A, that's this orange triangle. You'll mark whatever we're going to decide is going to be one arrow facing north, right? And then you can mark that as invalid and it'll flash. Or then maybe you have the opportunity to negate it. I'm not going to code that for you. You'll need to figure that out. But like hypothetically, it would be more possible because at least you're in the same ecosystem now. But this is my question: is when does this get overwritten? No, I'm not looking to get to actually judge them, but the code that renders the like flashing when it's red assumes that your symbols are on the grid. And my concern is that the thing that marks them flashing red is the thing that's like the code that evaluates the panel. So you're going to be in a bit of a race condition with that if your thing flashes. Okay, so that should have set decoration flags to 1. It didn't look like it did though, which is kind of bad. Oh, it's because I have the wrong window open. Yeah, here it is. Decoration flag set to 1. Why did you not fire then? Yeah, so it gets reset to 0 here. If I set it to 1 or to 2 right now, okay, it does not get reset. Oh, but that's maybe because I got it right. It added 1 to it. Okay, I think that means it'll work. Because I think that means that what it's doing is it's saying, hey, I detected that this symbol was wrong, so I've added 1 to it, or I flipped the low bit. And therefore, if it doesn't know what a symbol is, it just won't do anything. That's my hope. But the other thing you might run into, if this is the reason to make it maybe 700 instead of 600, is so that you don't get that behavior. I'm just going to take a quick look at that, though. 717A91BO. This is the value I want. Please tell me when someone modifies this value. Okay, here we are. Judge pattern flood fill, yes. So it is here. Where are we? CO61B. Did I just go to the wrong place? No. This function's kind of big. This function's very big. I can't use the scroll wheel in this program. It doesn't work properly. Okay, right here. Right before the solution is entered, Watchdog judges the panel. What do you mean right before the solution? It says hard-coded path to determine if it solves, and if it doesn't solve. Here's the problem, Sigma. What do you mean right before? You don't know when judge panel is going to be called. You just have to be constantly acting. And if you say, oh, the panel solve status is now 3, panel failed, I'm going to set the decoration flags, you're too late. The code to render that they're flashing has already happened. Maybe that would work because it is a continuous process to render the flags. When you are near the exit. Yeah, but you have 1 frame of game time. That is the problem. You have 1 frame of game time. Let me test something here. So I'm gonna go, here is our panel. I'm gonna set, or sorry, I'm gonna click here. I'm gonna set this to 0. Okay, it does stop flashing. It does start flashing again. Yeah, no, I think you're correct. I think you can, that was what I was just testing here. Yeah, you can set this after the fact. That is okay. Yeah. Okay, and so then, well, then it probably doesn't matter whether or not you use your existing code for setting validity, unless there's something wrong with this plan. I think this will be fine. I assume that the reason this works is because just today you don't do triangles and you don't do triangles and arrows in the same panel. Oh, but I guess what Violet is saying is like you could, instead of this, you could set sequence to like, what'd you do? I guess you set sequence to like 0. Maybe flash only check if the panel is wrong. That was what I did. The panel has to be wrong for flashing to happen, right? If I do this to solve it and then set 1, it's not going to start flashing. So you have to have the panel wrong, but once the panel is wrong, 1 or 0 can be changed later. Can't put 0 triangles in spot. Yeah, okay. So we'll just do it this way. This should be fine. This should force the panel to be wrong, right here. This is what Violet was talking about. I think this will work. I'm going to test this before I do anything, but basically we're just saying the first two segments of the path must hit the same segment twice, and that's just not possible. So that should be easy enough. And my understanding is that if sequence length is 0, it won't run the sequence validation, and so then it'll be back to the normal validation code, and that should be fine. I'm still not convinced this will work alongside triangles. There's more testing to do, but let's start with this plan. Okay, let me actually test that before we go too much further. How do I add a watchdog? Let me actually steal some more code from elsewhere. Huh? Or does generate automatically add watchdogs? It's probably in panel, right? I just want to make sure that I'm not doing anything stupid here. What? Really? Got recoded? Yeah, it's fine. Okay. So I just need the pillar ID, right? Or the panel ID? Is that sufficient? Yeah, start, but I don't want to start all the watchdogs. I'm just hacking around the code right now. Is it just this? New arrow watchdog with a panel ID and pillar width of like 0, because it's not a pillar. Yeah, makes sense. Okay, thank you. I can't interrupt the program anymore, so it'll need to go sit on the main screen. It's fine. Pillar checking logic. Well, If this inspires you to write more code, then I will not be mad. We threw an exception. Excellent. I love it when we throw exceptions. Yes. Safety precautions. Okay. So hopefully that means that this can now... Sorry, I forgot that, of course, they won't work with negations. Also, is there a reason this isn't generating 2 arrows? Okay, now it is. What? What's going on here? Well, it probably is, but the problem is why is the arrow watchdog not firing? Oh, I'm not running it. Sorry. Don't worry. Oh, I need to be on a background thread for this? No, start, not run. The dog is Eepy. You are correct. Okay, much better. So I'm sitting in the endpoint now, and it will tell me that I'm getting here. And I want to change this to be an action, arrow, valid, yes. And I want to change this one to be an action that will say arrow not valid. Then I can go look at my output window and we can continue. Okay. But then if I do this, arrow is not valid. Okay, that didn't solve though. That also didn't solve. Start and run. It's okay. I'm not judging you too much. So you said that you thought this was putting in a 0 triangle somewhere? I guess I can look at it. Which copy of Cheat Engine is attached to you? This one. What? Hex. Why are you not hex? Yeah, no, I want to take out the code that adds 0 triangles. I already removed the code that does that. That's what I'm trying to figure out. So something here is adding OX600 here, which is an empty triangle. But now I don't know where. Wait, are you already using 700 for something? Oh, no, you're just doing this wrong. Yeah, this needs to be F. Yeah, you need to be using F. The arrow is marked to 700, but it's not in use, and I'll be redefining this when we get there. Yeah, this needs to be F because we might go beyond 700. It's not, but it's the way this is defined is not a bitmap. The way this is defined, right, like 600 is not a bit mask. It's just a value in that slot. It basically says this entire half, like this entire character, is used to define a value, an enum value. And so OX700 would imply that it's bit flags. It's not going to matter. It's just because 7 happens to be the highest one. But I think it's safest to just make all of these F. Because the point is, like, if we decide to do something bigger than 7, then you suddenly have to change all your code. And then it's a pain in the butt. Because you're not thinking of it. You probably should be calling this function, but that's okay. Okay, this is bad, right? Because the low bit is an int. Maybe this is somewhere else. Okay, rerun that scan again. Okay, we're good. Low bit is color. FFOO to get the value of the symbol. Okay, sure, makes sense. All right, but I was trying to figure out where we were drawing this empty triangle. I don't think it's going to be in the watchdog. That was what I looked for. That was my initial search path here. Was I started with 600 and I said, oh, okay, 600 is used in a couple of places. This is the main one. It's this thing called triangle. But then that didn't seem to go anywhere. Didn't think anyone would use this code? Yeah, welcome to open source. Someone will always use your code. Put it out there. I usually write my code on the assumption that, here it is. If arrows. Sorry, I'm just looking at this code. This code is worrying me. That's fine, we're moving on. Yeah, I usually write my code on the assumption that it will appear on my resume. Because that actually is true a lot of the time. If a recruiter is going to look at my code, I kind of want it to look at least a little professional. Oh, it might not find the right witness. I can close one of my 2 cheat engines now. See, that's the correct thought process, Reaver. Okay, we're just restarting everything. Safer that way. That was very quick. Where's main? Right, because I'm not allowed to put a breakpoint on it because I need the arrow watchdog running. Okay. So that validated. Why? Wait, that wasn't valid? That looked like, oh, right, I'm going too many times. There we go. This is called debugging. This is the best part of writing code where it doesn't work and you have to figure out why. Various projects. Hey, getting involved in projects is a great thing to get on your resume. Okay. So the watchdog is running. The watchdog thinks it's doing the right thing. The problem is that somehow, even though I've defined a sequence, it seems like we aren't correctly being invalidated. So we're going to double check that we did actually define our sequence here. So if I look at sequence, it says, oh, because I'm doing the valid one now, sorry. That's a mistake. Our sequence length is 2. Our sequence is undefined. Someone else's game. Do you have my allocate array function? Is this even correct? Are you using this right now? Ah. What are you? Sorry, I got jump scared by the size of this code. That's my code. Okay, I just need to do right array, that's all. It's probably useful. A local variable that's not used anywhere, it's probably useful. So here is my concern. I don't want us to repeatedly allocate arrays. That's not healthy. Oh, do you have like a right? Okay, I just need to call directly into it. That's fine. Watchdog allocate and swap out the pointer. Yes. It doesn't even need to swap out the pointer. But I think you're correct. I think we want the watchdog to write the array with the sequence at the start, and then it'll just manipulate the sequence length here to indicate if the value is going to be valid or not. I think that's actually the right way to do it. Is there anything else in here that's using memory? Nope. Okay. The sequence array is used to indicate panel validity. Allocate always? No. The problem is that you're going to repeatedly reallocate an array of size 2. That's what I was worried about. What is this Boolean value? Force. Why? Okay. No further questions. Use the sequence of, no, it has to be the sequence length. It is not safe in C++ to start iterating a pointer if you don't know how long it is. That's very, very straightforward. That's why there's a pointer and a length. You can't start reading. Like, what if you're pointing at some random memory that's not allocated? Panels with arrows allocate with watchdog. Is sequence pointer 0? It could be, and in some cases you do that. But then also it's very simple. If the sequence length is 0, it'll be valid, right? Because every element in the sequence will match. Pretty sure. We'll be testing that. So I guess that's my argument for I should also add a stone to this puzzle. Let's make it a star. No, it needs to be stone. Decoration color white 1, black 1. Sequence length is 0, read sequence it. Oh, yeah, we're gonna find out. That's the joy of this is a live program that we can test. I don't have to guess. Uh-oh. Can I convert argument 3 from int to vector allocator? Excuse you. What? Arrow not valid. Sorry, I forgot what I was saying. But, okay, does this need to be like this to make you happy? Memory write array, no matching overloaded function found. Is it private? No. It is an int, right? Not a byte array? Pointer to undefined. Cool. Well, we'll find out. DNS factory. I thought I saw an overload that took a singleton. That's why I was using that. Okay. Immediate exception. Why? What did I do this time? No, it's fine. It's actually checkseling here, which was that this panel is not actually in a valid state. That panel had a sequence length of 2 and did not have an associated allocated array. Now it has an associated allocated array that has 2 values in it. So it actually did catch something. Okay, so arrow is valid here. No? No. Okay. we're restarting. That almost certainly is because there's just too many things. Yeah, I'm not in a clean state. Did I just put the wrong log message? I mean, that's entirely possible. Yep. That's on me. Okay. That's still not valid. Damn it, I actually have to solve these puzzles. Horrible. So this is valid, but the puzzle should still fail because white and black are in the same region. And this is valid, but now, okay. Yeah, so this was your concern about sequence length possibly being incorrect. Or possibly not being good enough. Yeah, so our sequence has 2 elements in it, but the sequence length is non-zero. Let's see. Crying out loud. I really hate having to jump between the versions, but I will do it. There are no symbols on the new version, so it is really a pain to try and read anything. New copy of Cheat Engine. Did my music stop? Yes. Okay, I'm going to restart my music. I'm going to go grab a pizza, and I'll be right back. Sorry, I'm very much a slob on weekends and don't like cooking, so I order takeout. Now I have a pizza. During the week, I can be an adult who has a job, and during the weekend, I just want to be a kid who gets to hack video games, okay? Actually, let me do the smart thing. That was not the smart thing. The smart thing is going to a panel that has a sequence, like shadows, or I guess like desert. I'm literally right here in desert. Pizza acquired. And to avoid being shunned by my peers, I will not tell you what is on this pizza. We will say that it's a pizza with whatever ingredients you imagine are correct for a pizza. Okay. This is a sequence length of 7, and the sequence is thus 0, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 7. Isn't that a neat sequence? So, first question. Excellent. Second question. Third question. Okay. So Sigma, you are correct. It uses the fact that the sequence is null to determine if there's a sequence or not. Ding, ding, ding. Yeah, so that means that all we have to do is just sort of invert what we were doing here. We will I think just do this. We're going to get the memory object. We're going to do a bunch of writes. Yeah, it's always wrong, though. That's the problem. If the sequence length is 0, it doesn't matter what the sequence is, you haven't satisfied it. And that's not what I was hoping for. I was hoping it would be the inverse. That sequence would just be a prefix, but no, it's you must match the entire sequence, which sucks. Okay. Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, I don't know. It could be a number of things, but anyway, this is pretty simple. We're going to save the array location that we allocated, and then we'll just write it on these two cases. I think this one's 0. Yeah, I mean, 0, 0 works. Like, it doesn't... Oh, I guess if your point is... No, I need to have some object here, and I want to make sure you don't accidentally satisfy the sequence. I'm actually not sure. I'm actually not sure whether or not the sequence is a prefix. This is fine. Everything's fine. Segments is the wrong word. Indices. Array is present. Arrow not valid. Yes, I want to stop debugging. Stop asking me. Oh, fuck off. Is this really a 4-byte? Alright. Fine. Hope we never allocate outside the 4-byte range. Alright, so test number 1. I would like to satisfy the arrows, but not the squares. Puzzle fails. Test number 2, I'd like to satisfy the arrows and the squares. Puzzle passes. Ho ho. Alright, test number 3, I'd like to satisfy the squares and not the arrows. Puzzle fails. And I'd like to fail both. Puzzle fails. Commit. Fixed, improved, yeah. Arrows are now valid based on sequence, not invisible triangles. Okay. Next, I've been distracting myself from the hard part. Everyone's favorite. It's time to write assembly. Don't have to check for triangles. That's correct. I removed the flag that sets the triangle style. Which? Oh, you had triangle checking code? Oh god. I leave that to you guys to figure out. No, the only reason I wanted that was so I wouldn't overlap with the triangle case statement that we're about to enter into. Yeah. Because it might turn out that you actually do have to set the triangle style flag so it draws them. I'm actually not certain about that. Like this draw function, draw counter, might care about style flags. I don't think it does. I don't think it cares. I think it just draws based on the symbols you've got. Yeah, exactly. You were because you were overlapping the way triangle checks worked. You had to check them yourself, but that you don't have to do that anymore. I think this is fine though. I don't think this is checking that that you have style flags. Okay, where was I? Suffering. Yes, that's where I was. So, Reaver, you said you'd found the coordinates, you thought? No. I was just wondering if you had them off the top of your head. Do you know what the grid size is? So that I know what I'm working with? I just want to start with a basic test. Negative 0.1. Yeah, that's what I was looking for. Thank you. Negative 0.1 to 0.1 square. Okay. You corrected to the same thing. Now I'm confused. Oh, it's not by. Yeah, it's not multiplied. Yeah, yeah. Negative 0.1 to positive 0.1. Yeah, yeah. Sorry, I understood that the first time. Don't worry. Is this converting from scalar to polar? Ugh. Yeah, that's fine. I think this is polar. Polar coordinates. Because that's pi over 2 right there. Pretty sure. It's not? No, what the hell is this number? I guess possibly it's the square root of 4/3. That seems unlikely. What is this number? What are we doing? No, I'm confused because the im-vertex function here takes a 3D coordinate. That's not common. No. Quaternions would be 4D. I would understand if this is quaternions. It's not. It's three-dimensional. I am very confused. I can see the signature of this function takes a vector 3. If this was a quat, I would understand it. It's not. Ah, John. Look, I'm sure he had a good reason for it. I just don't know if I want to know what that reason is. What's the number of function? It's called draw spacer triangle. Boop. I said boop. Debug toggle breakpoint F5, sorry. Okay. So we're going to generate an object called P0. P0 is a stack allocated vector at the addresses 20, 24, and 28, looks like. We have reached MS Paint time. Because I can see here that I can kind of intuit what's going on here. We have a position vector with an x and a y. So I'm going to assume that's something like here. X, y, that's way too big, thank you. Right? And so then we compute the triangle width times half, so that's half width here. Or I'll draw the lower. Nah, that's probably fine. This is half width. This is V3. We set y to position y. We say our P0 x is x. Okay, so that's going to be, this is P0, is what we're going to eventually compute. And then we're going to set P2x is P0x plus half width, right? This will be P2, and this will be P1. So that all makes sense to me, right? Those are the edges, or the coordinates of the triangle. So then the question is, what on earth are we doing here? This is that beauty of, yeah, okay, thank you, Ida. Ida is being polite to me today. Actually lets me do this nonsense. Ta-da! Problem solved. Yeah, this is the beauty of compilers. The compiler is like, oh, you're setting z to 0. So we can do something very, very clever where we, like, carefully manipulate all these different values so that they line up with, and it's like, Ida, I don't actually care. Yeah, so here, P0, P1y is reduced. Yeah, this is actually the square root of 4/3. That's correct, because that's the, like, correct height into the middle of the triangle. Okay. So good news, z is 0, and I don't have to think about it. Okay. Nice and easy. So we're going to need a vector 2. So we need some local address. Are we allowed to be below the stack pointer? No. 12 should be good enough. I don't think we need any locals. I'll make it 16 just for the sake of argument. And then we'll do mov dword. So, sorry, to clarify, what I'm doing right now is writing assembly. The way I'm doing that is, first of all, I have a little bit of experience with assembly having read this sort of nonsense. Second of all, in most cases here, I am just cribbing off these notes, right? I'm like, I know I need to call this function, so I'm going to figure out what I need to call the function. So I looked at IDA. IDA said this function needs 2 arguments. The first argument is a vector 3. A vector 3 is a collection of 3 floats. Because this is stack allocated here, it's not a vector 3 star, it's just a vector 3. That means that it's going to be in the stack memory. For those of you who remember the heap and the stack is linearly growing. At the start of this function, there's an instruction here that says sub RSP 60. 60H means 60 hex. This says, please move the stack pointer by 60 bytes, or OX 60 bytes. In other words, this is the number of local variables I'm going to need in this function. You can see them right here. There's 3 local floats, and there's 3 vector 3s. By moving the stack pointer, RSP is the stack pointer, R stack pointer, it tells the computer, hey, I'm reserving this space for my function. I need that. And then if I go call another function, they can also move the stack pointer and get their own space. So in my assembly that I'm writing, I'm saying, for starters, I know I'm going to need a vector 3. That's technically OX10. Excuse me. OX20? Yes. Maybe? Maybe not. I think a vector fits in 10. Because I think a vector is 3 ints equivalently, 3 floats, but 3 values, and then you have a 4th one for padding, just in case. So anyway, so I'm going to make space for it. Then I'm going to copy these instructions. So this is how we set values. So we're going to say mov dword pointer RSP it should be +0 will be our x coordinate. So we'll need some value here. I don't know what that is yet. If everything's on an 0.1 scale, we'll start with 0.05, I think. Basically, I'm just going to manually build a triangle here, and we're going to see if it works. And if it does, great. And if it doesn't, we'll figure something out. So I'm just writing the assembly instructions that I want, and then I will use either IDA or x64 debug is my sort of comfort tool here to convert these assembly instructions into actual statements. And there's some weirdness that's going to happen here because the values I'm talking about are floats, and this function is technically using integers. The stack is always assumed to be 4-byte integers. So I'll need to do some magic with that. And then I need to call device context invertex. Oh, I need a color. That's an unsigned int. Wait, what does this expect? Oh, for crying out loud. Where is this information supposed to be? It's an argument. Pause on RCX, color on EDX. Okay. I think that means I need to do this. Unsigned int came from a hex. Yep. I will try some numbers and we will see what happens. Okay, I need to look at this not in IDA because IDA's assembly is not actually that good. Okay, so oh, cheat engine is attached to it. Sorry. I guess I could look in cheat engine. I figured out the answer I needed for cheat engine though, so I actually don't need that. Tinker around with iOS debug build. That sounds like a very interesting thing to do if I had any way of loading an iOS debug build. I have a Mac. Sorry, I don't have a Mac, and the iPhone I have is very old. It's not able to run basically any modern games. That sounds really interesting, though, and I would love to get into that at some moment in the future when I can. Also, file paths we do have. The symbols in this old version comes with file paths. They're not that interesting. Does it have private symbols or just public symbols? Do you know? Yeah, like that's one of the reasons why I don't know if you've been here for a little while, but I've been switching back and forth between the latest patch here and this old NoClip version, because the NoClip version still has symbols in it, and so I can actually do this. For example, I'm trying to look at this function called draw counter. I can just do this, and x64 debug knows the name of the function I'm jumping to. No, it's fine. I wouldn't have anything to do with it. Like I can't dig into an iOS debug build without a Mac. There's no real way to look at the assembly without Xcode. Maybe Hat Kirby would be interested if he hasn't already looked. I don't know. Yeah, sorry. I'm very interested, but also I very much want to solve this problem right now. Okay, here is my function. This is not actually the function I was thinking of. I actually want to find draw spacer triangle. Simply look carefully at each bit. Yes. So once again, I can now look at assembly. This assembly is a little bit less fanciful than IDA. Well, I said that. Okay, here it is. Sorry, load effective address RCX. Yeah. Okay. Yep. It is doing this. There's two values here. There's RCX and then there's EDX. Those are arguments 1 and 2 to any good function. So we're going to need to load effective address RSP plus 0. That'll be our base value on the stack. I feel like the actual stack pointer is probably something important that I'm not supposed to clobber. That seems correct. I don't know. We'll find out. Okay, and then EDX. Do you have any knowledge of what the colors are, Reaver, or should I just guess? Music is driving you insane? This is, I mean, you probably heard it on my stream of Anywhere. This is the Dark Side Detective soundtrack from Ben Prunty. Yeah, of the places you would have heard it, it probably would have been my stream. Yeah, I like Ben Prunty. He's really good. Really great background music, really good foreground music. Just it's what I want from an instrumental artist. Heard from Dark Side Detective. You played Dark Side Detective. Ooh, exciting! I have another adventure game player with us. All right, EBX is this value. That looks like a good enough value to me. F9 is continue? Yeah, okay. Colors, no, I figured it out. Don't worry. That's what breakpoints are for. So Windows, by the way, uses ARGB colors. So that's 255 for alpha. That's going to be 255 for red, A8 for green, and 0 for blue. If I just want to confirm that. Oh, come on. You used to be able to do this, Wolfram Alpha. What changed? Does it need to be OX? The worst sometimes. I'm glad I don't pay them money. I would feel bad. Anyway, there you go. It's an orange. I proved it through the very careful process of opening up my inspector. Anyway, so yes, that's a reasonable color to use. Okay, and then we're going to call invertex. That's not the instruction. Well, it kind of is. And then we're going to do that a couple more times. But it looks like we don't do much else after that. Oh, we call imflush at the end. Okay. Okay, so this is the plan. We think that this will draw a triangle. And if this looks very verbose, that's because it is. We have 260 instructions to work with. I'm not going to restrict myself to writing really optimized code yet. We'll get there, certainly. But for now, let's just write some nonsense. This is a lot of instruction space, by the way. All of this is maybe like 100 instructions, maybe 50. Oh, do I actually need to do a subtract? That's an interesting question. I don't think I do. I think we already have buffer space. Mflush is called the end of all the loops. Yes, I'm only drawing a single triangle. Oh, but your point is maybe we're going to jump into it. I'm actually planning on returning here. I don't think we want to use this draw space for triangle, and the main reason is I actually want to encode the polygons as polygons. I think it's going to be simpler for everyone involved if you can just name the points on the perimeter of your polygon. rather than having to do it all triangles. I was going to use triangles if we were going to adapt this code, but it seems like it's easiest to just say, again, nix all of this code, build our own loop, and then just move on. But you are correct that I can jump down to here, which maybe is safer. It has a hole in the middle. Yeah. What if you want things that are not connected? I will give you the ability to do multiple polygons. Yes. So the plan is there's still going to be that data structure somewhere out in memory that describes what all the symbols look like, and you'll be indexing into that to get your symbol data. And that symbol, I think the pattern I'm going to go with is number of vertices followed by the vertex coordinates. And then you'll end that list with a 0, a polygon with quotes 0, 0 perimeter coordinates, and there you go. That will terminate the loop, and then it'll flush. I just want to make I want to make this assembly really robust so that no one else has to deal with this. Because I realized, I'm like, yeah, Reaper, just go write some assembly, and you were like, no, and Sigma was like, yeah, no, and I'm like, okay, if I want this to happen, I probably need to do it, which is totally fair. I'm not trying to force you guys to learn assembly. Okay, but the other thing I realized is that because I'm inside this function, I actually don't have to allocate my own vector 3s. I do have to allocate my own vector 3s. Mov, what are our free registers? It actually doesn't matter because we're going to do nonsense. Is there a reason I can't just do that way? No, I don't need Rx. I think this is safe. Okay. Time to convert this into assembly. How do we do that, you might ask? Very carefully. So first things first. That's not allowed. First things first. I'm going to run. Thank you, Sigma. I'm going to run this randomizer code so that it runs this injection. I don't need it to do generation. I literally just need to call memory create. Straight up FTL music? This is not FTL music. It's legally distinct. I can play FTL after if you want, though. I do like his FTL stuff as well. Okay. So we're going to go build our code cave. And then now we're in draw shape or counter. All of John's names make me sad. So here we are. We've got our nops. We've got our stuff. So we're going to start adding some code. So basically, I just do this whenever it wants to work. Enter? I thought it was enter. Bro. Why? Why are you like this? Binary edit. No. I want, there we go. Holy cow. Click on the thing and hit space. That's what I was doing. Okay, anyway. Machine panel actually draw? Oh yeah, you know it. Okay, so this one's not valid because we don't know what this pointer is. And I can't just say call. So I need to actually go find somewhere else here that's calling the appropriate function and steal that. Oh, actually, I should check. Do we have to move a value before we call that? Yes, we do. We need to move ECX3. Okay, I can do that too. Okay, so this one's going to be a little tricky because it's going to tell me that's not a valid instruction, and it's not wrong. You are not allowed to directly write float data. But there's a trick. Machine panel literally draw? No, it's machine panel actually draw to final. Clearly, you're not familiar with the naming conventions of people who do not know how to name things. This is why I put numbers at the end of everything I do. It can just be version 2. There's nothing wrong with version 2. Could say machine panel draw underscore v2. That's okay. It's the second version of it. Not a big deal. Reaver, were you here on Thursday where I ran into this thing called Latour points, which I don't think we ever figured out what they were? John just names stuff, okay? He called the top of the mountain Crazy Horse. We still don't know why. Like, you just have to stop asking questions. The only one that I've ever actually figured out is he had a debug function called resrov, which is a super old school, like, 8-bit game magic word that unlocked a door. And at least I could look that one up on Google. But the rest of this stuff is just nonsense. I'm taking a pizza break, in case you're wondering why I'm not typing. This guy. Who's ready for some magic? I did accidentally capitalize the X, that's why it looks stupid. Alright. I have successfully a triangle. Look at that. I mean, I haven't done the hard part yet, but we'll get there. I will leave you folks to doing the cool stuff. In fact, I'm also hopeful that some of the other modders will pick this up, because I can imagine that other people want their custom symbols in the game. That's why I wanted to make this more generic. Like, Luxie has what, like 20 symbols by now? 30? I lost count. I think I actually want all of that. All right. Don't be scared. It's just assembly. This is regex. You should be scared of this one. Because it does magic like that. That's just magic, okay? I guess I should just be taking my comments. That's probably fine. They're accurate. Ah! Yes, sorry, I forgot. I copied the wrong number of lines, and so therefore I must be trying to destroy the world. I forgot a line, that's why. My pizza tried to run away, but I caught it. Okay. So why did I stop here? Well, whether or not we make the assembly better, no, bad Visual Studio. Whether or not we make the assembly better, we can at least save ourselves some mental headache, because very clearly some of these things are repetitive as all hell, right? Obviously. And good for me, I actually have some history with dealing with this sorts of nonsense. I.e., I have some magic macros, which I will be stealing. So here's a good example of this, right? This is technically this value, but it's reversed. And it would make much more sense if you could just write this. And now you can, because this macro understands how to reverse the order and expand it. It's not about it being smaller, because this, as you can tell, is not fewer characters, but it is easier to read by a mile. And then The other thing here that's kind of tricky that I don't know if I actually ever solved is that when you call a function in assembly, and this might not be obvious, but I can demonstrate it here if this text isn't too small. When you call a function in assembly, it's actually relative to your current address. So you can see how these two have different bytes here. The address that you call is relative to the end of your current line, which really sucks for writing this sort of assembly stuff. So what we're going to have to do, because I don't want to hard code this, is we're going to have to find the address of this imVertex and this imBegin call in the future. I'm not doing it yet. We'll have to find the address of these two calls and then write code here that does a sort of reverse lookup in the assembly instructions. Hidden, yeah, it's technically call a function relative to the current one. It's not a jump. Call is actually a separate call is a separate instruction from jump because jump doesn't increase the stack. When you jump to another function, you retain the same stack. When you call, it resets the stack frame. That's why you can return from a function call, because it retains the address that you left at. You cannot return from a jump. Okay. So I can do a few of those. I guess I'm just going to. And then this needed to change to negative, and this needed to change to negative. I guess I should be doing this as well. Be nice and pedantic about this stuff. And again, yes, there are some very obvious opportunities for optimizing this assembly. I'm just ignoring them because we've got time. Sorry, I'm just fighting against the fact that we were using tabs in this repository. Okay, so these instructions are going to be wrong, these calls. And I will need to figure out what to do about those. I think I know what I'm going to do, but it should be fine. And then we have this jump at the end. So there's again a funny thing about jump. Jump is normally relative. So instead of doing a jump to a large value, what you'll actually do is you'll do mov rex value, or I guess I'll use RCX. What? Oh, I'm not in hex. Wait, can I actually jump to this? Oh, because I'm in, yes. I can, but as you can see, it encoded the instruction relative again. That's actually still not what I want to do. I would do mov RCX value. It probably should be ECX, actually. Oh, nope, has to be RCX. Never mind. Jump RCX. And the reason here is that this lets me encode this value directly without having to deal with some nonsense. Let me run the regex I ran before. Actually, I don't even need to do that because I have this macro. Long 2 bytes, then this address. Mov rex address. End of switch statement. And this just means I don't have to think about if I add or remove data from here. However, because I've modified the stack pointer, I do actually need to restore that before I jump. So let's do that. That's going to be add RSP OX10 inc. No. Relatively simple function? Yes. Yes, doing this with something more complicated is when I would go back to byte patching. I didn't stream it, but the byte patch I wound up making to the draw function that I didn't show, this one, basically involved, I was like, oh, I could rewrite all of this code, and then I realized that right here is this argument that's being passed in. This is this color argument. All you have to do is change this and color to an and result. Yes, there's still this redundant code running. Who cares? Your code works. And so right here, there's this load that says R8, which is going to be one of the arguments to the next function, should be this thing, which is the address of color. I changed that to be the address of result. I just like found the way this function does it, which is this guy, load R8 to this. This is the address of result. Perfect. Single byte patch. Those are always much easier than what we're doing here, which is like completely writing new code. Why is that not happy? Oh, because it's doing, I was writing a comment, not, yep. I also am very comment heavy in assembly. Assembly scary, yeah. Won't be here for all the stream. Yep. No, that's fine. I like this stuff. You did the hard part, finding all the right functions. Now I just get to write the assembly, and then I get to hand it right back over the fence and say, you guys figure out what to do with it. Don't worry. I would not be doing this if I was not having fun. I promise. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to rerun this, which should re-inject. Oh, I forgot to define. I'm going to rerun this, which is going to refill in this code cave. And then I'm going to, it should have. Oh, I understand. Yes. We broke the SIG scan, so it didn't find it. Okay, fine. I'll just restart witness. It's not that big of a deal. So I can sort of reevaluate if this all looks correct when the disassembly is added. Draw counter. Okay. So here we go. This is the code we've injected, and now we get to confirm that it looks right. So we've got sub RSP10, mov ECX3, call imbegin. Now I know this one's going to be, or sorry, it's this one that's going to be wrong. So we were loading our two floats. We're loading that. Mov, that value. Sub RSP. Oh, we should not be subtracting 10 from RSP again. That is not good. Okay. We also shouldn't be calling imbegin multiple times. That's not good. Okay. Glad I checked. No, stop. Stop trying to hot reload the code. I want you to restart. Okay. Once more with feeling. Also, again, just a reminder of how much free space we have. We've got a lot. We're starting to use some of it, which is good. Okay. Sub RSP10, MOV ECX3, call and begin. Copy our three colors, MOV EDX, yep, okay. Then our three colors again. Now this call is wrong, and I know that. And this call is also wrong. So A6 and then 7F on the ends here. Basically, we're getting closer to the function we're going to call, so the offset gets lower, which is fine. Okay, restore our stack frame. This all looks correct. So now I need to take this triangle panel that I'm staring at, open it up in Cheat Engine, and change the number of triangles on it. Hopefully, if I've done everything right, it will draw this triangle that we've just hard-coded instead. Okay, so here are our decorations. Here's our first one. It's 1060A. I'm going to put a breakpoint here. I'm going to put a breakpoint up here, actually. 206. I'm actually going to try 406. I'm going to go through them in order. I'm going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, because I want to make sure 1 through 4 are all still working correctly without crashing the code. And then only once I've confirmed that will I go up to 5, which should be the first value that is a problem. Okay, actually, I should start with what it's at right now. Okay, so here's 1. I'll remind myself what my step over instructions are in this program. Debug. Step F7 and F8. All right, cool. The problem is that you need this code cave. But the good news is if you want 5 and 6, you can make them custom symbols. Because now you'll have the full flexibility of custom symbols to do whatever the hell you want. I guess realistically, also, if I do need more space, I could just kill this entire function and make custom symbols also include the triangles, right? We just have to have the start of the triangles array be those values. I just didn't want to touch the, like, I don't want to figure out what John is actually doing for his math, because that's kind of a pain. Okay, so here's EAX. EAX is 0. I know it's very small. So we're not going to jump. We're going to instead take our jump table, and we're going to branch to our very first instruction. We're going to jump down here. We're safely past the NOP sled, but the good news is if we missed, we would still be safe, because NOP will just move us down. We're going to do our mbegin. We're going to have 0 iterations through the loop, or 1 iteration through the loop, and we're going to return. Okay, apparently we're calling this function a million times, but the point is it still looks good. Okay. Apparently we are now permanently drawing this code. That's cool. Okay, so I'm going to set a breakpoint. I'm going to change this value to 2, and I believe it will not affect this iteration because we've already passed our function values down. Not that anything bad would happen anyways. Yeah, EAX is still 0. F9 continue? Yes. But now on our next pass through, EAX should now be 1. Let me get here. I guess I could just put my breakpoint here. Okay, EAX is now 1. We're going to hit our jump table. We're going to jump to the second case. We're going to jump once again past the end. We're going to loop once, and then we're done. Okay. I'm just confirming, nothing bad happened. We still have 2 triangles. Okay. Sorry, I'm being very cautious here because I do not want to do this again. Space to use OX7. No, it did not look like it. There might be a way to do that, but that did not seem easy. Not impossible, but not easy. That was why I was thinking we'll just do this as high triangles. But I don't know. I haven't thought more carefully about it. The other good news is, of course, the work I'm doing right now is not going to change too much if you guys need to change this. Naturally be wrong. Will they? Yes, they will. Well, for now, since you already aren't allowing triangle. Oh no, you are allowing triangles. I will think about it. But again, I want to try and tackle this problem. You guys can think about some of these other problems. I wanna get here first. I want to get the shapes drawing because I think that's going to be a tricky thing. And yeah, we can tackle bigger problems later. Okay, it has worked the first 2 times. I'm going to go up to 3, and we're just going to see if that looks good. Oh, right. I did leave the breakpoint set. I didn't mean to. Okay, there's 3. Oh, it's repeatedly calling draw while there's still line fading, I think. Once the line is unfaded, it probably stops. Okay, 4 should still draw. Yep. Oh, well, or it just does it when that feels like it. Here's 5. Okay. So, first of all, we hit our JA immediately because we have 5 or more. That's good. We're going to make some stack space. We're going to call imBegin. We're going to move things into our freshly generated stack. We're going to call imVertex. Nothing is crashing. That's a good sign. We're going to restore our stack pointer. We're going to jump. Okay, we jumped successfully to the imFlush, which is a void function. I'm a little scared that we didn't jump to here. Oh no, but this is the jump we make at the end of the loop. That was why this felt safe. Okay. We aren't crashing, but we also aren't getting anything drawn. Curious. Oh, is there something I'm missing here? Hit me with it. Well, I thought that was what Ida was saying I needed to do. Right, draw counter. Yeah, I called imBegin. imBegin 3 is being called right here. I might be calling imVertex wrong. That's possible. It didn't look like it. Really? Okay, well, thanks. That looks like the right way to call it. Okay. And I'm jumping to the imFlush instruction. Is it possible that imFlush is missing something? imFlush should be void though, right? Oh no, it's got a this pointer on ECX. How does that get saved? How does that get saved? What? Wait. What? Oh, is this one of those weird cases of this is technically... No? I mean, RCX is definitely not valid. What else did I clobber here? It's just ECX. ECX and RCX both got clobbered. I guess I could have clobbered something else. Is there a reason that would be bad? I mean, I thought they were already clobbering it, but maybe that's not true. No, it's for sure getting clobbered. Is it? Yeah, it's set. It's just garbage. Did I not restore my stack pointer properly? No, something way worse would be going on if I wasn't restoring my stack pointer. Only thing I can think of is that my colors are wrong. Draw counter. We do, but they're awkwardly placed. It's not to saying that we couldn't do it. I think we absolutely could. Sorry, to hop topics for a second. Yeah. Basically, these lines of code are dead. So you could potentially change this case label and put a little bit of extra space in there. It's not going to be pretty, because you basically have these instructions to work with. Well, maybe that's enough. Yeah, if you only need this many instructions to add another branch, and you've got this many instructions, you could probably fit it in. I think it's possible. Yeah, I think that's something you could do. Oh, we finished our album, I think. Okay, back to Mr. Prunty. We can listen to more FTL, but actual FTL this time. FTL is a little quieter. Yes, it turns out when you make music good, people hire you to make more good music. Funny how that works. I guess I shouldn't be sarcastic. It is rare in the industry that we actually recognize talent and continue to give people what they deserve. But at least in music for games, it's been pretty good. There's a lot of people getting hired to work on other games because they did a good job on other games. There's our 0.5. In theory. Maybe it's a problem that my vector isn't actually aligned. That actually could be a problem. Because I don't see this referencing a second float value. That's why I'm worried. Yeah, okay. What? Why is that bigger? What? It's got to be smaller, right? What are you doing? Replace with code that does nothing, please. No. Control 9. Thank you. Why was that so hard? Oh, whatever. Okay, yes, it's slightly smaller. That's why. What did I say my int value was? This thing. Okay. Yeah. It's just it's one byte smaller to do a 0. Which is why things got unhappy. Don't worry about it. It really is supposed to fill the... Oh, there's a checkbox that I didn't realize that I hadn't been checking. That's why it wasn't doing the thing that it's supposed to be doing, where it doesn't completely ruin the next instruction. Okay, so I've adjusted everything back a little bit because I'm worried that my being off of alignment is actually causing problems. 2 lines somewhere before the switch statement. No, I mean, it's not even that hard. It doesn't need to be before the switch statement. So this switch statement's not a true switch statement. I don't know how obvious it is from the assembly here, but you can actually see that it's testing against each of the different values. Or, sorry. To do the case labels, it's testing, like, hey, is this the value of 100? If not, jump to default. Or jump to next case statement. So this is actually an if-else chain. The compiler looked at these case labels and said, building a switch table or a jump table that has 1,500 entries in it is not efficient. Instead, I will write some if-elses. Whereas this case label, it actually said, let me build a jump table. So that's this magic, where it basically says, find an address and jump there. So that means that you actually have a decent amount of space here, because all you have to do is change this guy that's currently comparing to 600 to compare to 700 or whatever, right? Like, you can just add another case statement, basically another if-else inside of here. Very easy. Yeah, it's because it's in hex. 1536 is 600, OX600. Yeah, the compiler is smart sometimes. Sometimes it's an idiot. So yeah, I think you could pretty comfortably fit another call to draw counter right in here for case 700. I think that actually wouldn't be too hard. And Reaver, if you clone the codebase now, you've already got the address in place. I've already got you a sig scan that finds basically this address, the draw counter line. So you should be good to go from there. You can just sort of read backwards to find this address. Actually, I think it even starts here. So you could probably just figure out how to do the assembly. I think you could do that one. Again, my recommendation would be use x64 debug. This is a pretty good debugger. It can attach to the witness, and then it can show you what the disassembly that you're actually building is, and you can also type assembly into it, and it'll do the bytes for you, both of which are much nicer. Okay, I think I have adjusted everything here so that we're now using an aligned stack frame. Maybe that will solve the problems. I'm correct. That solved the problems. I now have a triangle. Look at me. I have a triangle. Everything is good in the world. Triangle. Yeah, and Reaver, you should also probably consider going to bed soon, given that it's like 11:20 for you. Okay, so what did I learn? These guys are off. Quite the beautiful triangle. I know, it's so square. Yep, thanks for hanging out. I really appreciate the feedback. Okay. Copy bytes. This guy. And then these need to be adjusted. I wonder if I could technically encode the 0 operand there. I probably could. Probably would be acceptable, but I will not do that because that will probably make someone unhappy. And that someone will be the compiler that I'll then have to fight in Mortal Kombat. 48, 8D. Do I need to do this as a Lee? Can I do this as a Mauve? Is that shorter? It is! Look at me optimizing the code. I don't have to. But it's good. I will want these bytes later. Ah. Why, Visual Studio? What is wrong with you? Okay, whatever. Yeah, so this is just saving me a little bit of space. Okay. Yeah, stack alloc a vector 3. Okay, I'm going to run this once more from the top just to make sure that we are working in a clean state, which we will not be because these invertex calls will be wrong. Okay, let me deal with this now because that's going to be a pain in the butt otherwise. And I have to figure out what I want to do about that. We're going to do that. Actually, let me not be an idiot. I'm going to use int3s, which are known to be unsafe. Okay, this might look a little weird. I haven't done this before. No, this needs to be a byte. There we go. Okay, better. Thanks. So what I'm going to do here is I'm basically going to write a placeholder. No, I thought that was correct. Yes, I want to stop debugging. What I'm going to do is write a placeholder, which is going to basically be used inside of the code, inside of this assembly. Nice, that did work. So that I can fill it in later. I think this needs to be pound define, unfortunately. And then the idea will be that after I run this, I will go through and I will be able to do fix-ups because I'll know what the addresses are of these functions. Probably. And there might be a better way to do this. I haven't decided yet. Okay. Fix up for our function calls. I guess the other option we have, instead of trying to do that, is I can just do the same function call I did here. I believe you can call an indirect. I'm just going to open Notepad. Make sure that that's true. right? If I say call OX 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, it doesn't like it, but if I say call RAX, it's fine with it. Yeah, okay. I'm going to do that instead. That's going to be a little bit cleaner. It requires less new code that I've never written before. Okay. So we're going to do mov RAX device context in begin call RAX. We're just going to do that a few times for our functions. This had better be using RAX, not RCX. I will double check that. Okay. And now the other thing that I need to do is I need to go find the address of these functions. So we have this draw counter function, which is calling these, and I should just be able to do a couple more sig scans, I think. Begin device context begin. Oh, there's another one, right? There's two in begins. Where are we going? Where are we going? Tell me. 1402 F37B0. It's this one, apparently. Okay. This is not a unique function. Let me instead do the thing I wasn't sure I wanted to do. And instead I will just read forward to, yeah. So I should be able to do int, or it's an int. Device context in begin equals memory read data byte int. Why did I make this an int 64? Dude, I don't know. My brain is not working. I apologize. This needs a cast. So this will be draw counter plus some value. And we're going to read 4 bytes, or we're going to read 1 byte out of it, sorry. Imvertex. These are very lengthy names that I did not need. Imvertex is not in this code. Shit. I guess we can do this the hard way. Right? Oh, I don't like doing things the hard way. I'm lazy. I want everything to be easy. Let's find someone else. This doesn't call in begin? It does, it's up here. This doesn't call in begin? I'm so confused by this stuff, dude. Is it this guy? Okay. See, this is the sort of function I want. This function calls both of these functions. Which I think means that as long as I can find this function, I can find both these pointers. I don't have to try very hard. So we're going to do that. Did I detach for some reason? I guess I did. Now, the challenge here is going to be finding unique stuff. So we're looking for an array of bytes that is non-writable. 48, C7, 45, F8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 803F. That's probably not very unique. That's actually quite close to being unique. Okay. All three of these have this. Okay, the one that we are at right now is the 594. It's actually the first one. So two of them are the same and one of them is different. That's just great, man. Nuts. This is probably one of them. Draw eraser strut. And I'm not allowed to do this, right? Oh, I am. I thought I wasn't allowed to do this. Nice. Can I find this guy? That would also be very good. Drawbox. $48.89, 5C, 24.08. I know this might seem like it's more work, but I promise you it's actually less work than like figuring out how to do this properly. Okay, that's not very helpful. That's not very helpful. That's pretty straightforward. So Cheat Engine can also do this for you. So basically, Cheat Engine is now saying, hey, I found this location. And I'm just going to ask it, hey, how unique was this? If I asked you for this location, would that have been unique? And it was. No one else does these two instructions in a row. Weirdly. I'm weird and I like to be pedantic that I include full assembly instructions here in my 6 scans. But that should be pretty easy. So memory scan 4 bytes. Okay, now we have to do a little bit more weird math because unfortunately this is not going to be as simple as reading a direct address. I think, actually, maybe it will be. Maybe this is actually why I created memory read static int. Okay, so index will be here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1, 0, 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, 11, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. We'll see if that's correct. I will go test that. Huh? Oh, right, sorry. Of course. Wait, what? You're saying it's a const int. No, it takes a data. I'm not crazy. Okay. Oh, because it doesn't know the type and it default int types. Yeah, okay. Cool. So now I should be able to do everything I need to do here. Okay, once more with failing. Error. The following warning is treated as an error. You suck. Sigma, I'd like you to know that when you write this code, technically addresses can be int64. We are very lucky that the witness puts everything in the low 4 bytes, but it would not have to. So every time we cast one of these addresses down, it scares the bejesus out of me. That's why. Like, W error is correct. It's telling us, hey, you're about to do something very dangerous. And we're saying, what if I don't care? I mean, it's not, I'm not expecting you to change it. I don't think there's much to change at this point. It would be, you'd have to go refactor a lot of your code. Why do I feel like offset is wrong? We're gonna figure that out. Yeah. I love this code. It's so fun. Okay. So I'm being told that these bytes are B9, 4C, 8B. Where's a 4C in here? Here, 4C, 8B, F1, B9? Oh. What? Oh, because I didn't add 11. 27, no, D1, 7D, 2700. That's correct. Is this the address of mbegin, really? 2F. Okay, I guess I just didn't trust it. Oh, right, I can just, sorry, I'm being a doofus. 2F37B0. Cool, I did it right. Invertex, 2F3COO. I did them both right. I can count. Hell yeah. Okay. Okay. Draw counter. This looks like it's part of the long address, right? Yeah. Is that on RAX? It is. Okay, and then I want to call RAX FFD0. Wasn't that so much easier? Yes, it was. This is why I like having spare bytes. I can write really, really bad code and it doesn't matter. Okay. Let's make sure that this code still works. I can still draw my triangle. Okay. Let's confirm this code looks correct before I run it. We've got our sub, mov ECX, and then we call our function pointer. That does not look correct. Yes, that is not correct. That is a relative address. So this needs to be, this is not, okay. I was correct. I was correct. Everything is fine. Okay, there we go. In begin, right here. Call RAX. R3 floats, R3 floats, R3 floats. Everything looks good. Cheat engine. Open. Witness. Keeping current address list. This is our value. This is our structure. We are going to make this a 4. We're going to confirm that still works. It does. We're going to make this a 5. There's my triangle. Perfect. All right. I believe that is going to conclude today's stream. Yep. It's not a lot, but it is enough. Let me just fix the spacing here, because you use tabs, right? It pains me so much. Okay. Basic triangle drawing works. What was the part I was working on? So what I was doing right now, what I have done, so just so you know, for when I stop for the day, I now have assembly code that can draw a triangle out of an arbitrary series of coordinates. Those coordinates are still hard-coded, so the next step that I will be doing is I will be moving this data that's currently just directly encoded in here. You can see this is the assembly. I'll be moving this data into a table or an array that lives somewhere in memory. I'll load that array here, and then I'll have this code, instead of doing the hard-coded read, it'll start doing a dynamic read. It'll read from just sort of arbitrary sources. And I will want you and or Reavers and or other folks' feedback about that to know what sort of information you're going to need. Right now, all I'm assuming you'll need is boundaries. I guess it occurs to me you might want color as well, because it seems like this is not respecting, or at least the way I built this right now, it's not respecting the sort of native color. I don't know if there's a nicer way to do that. Actually, there probably is. I can probably figure that one out. I should definitely figure that out. Yep, I can do that. Okay. I can make the colors work. That's not a problem. Code is going to need to actually place the symbol properly. Yes. So what I will need you to do, or what I will do as a little hacky version, is actually define the coordinates for all of your arrows. Like, I need X, Y, Z, yada, yada, yada. But as Reaver was saying, the bounds you're working with here are basically 0.1 to negative, like left side is negative 0.1, right side is positive 0.1. This is going from 0.5 to 0.5 to negative 0.5. So it's a nice little boundary that you can work with. Reads data per panel. Oh, you mean like you aren't putting triangles in the decoration array? Yeah, that's okay. I can do that. I'm going to do that as part of getting this working. I'm not sure if it's going to validate. That's not something I'm tackling right now. But I will definitely make sure that arrows get placed into the decoration array so that we can read them. I think that is a reasonable thing for me to do. I think we want to be as close to inline. Somewhere in the panel data is an array. No. You don't want to do that. It's not less assembly. It's actually the same amount of assembly, because you still have to have something that reads every single panel's data structure and turns that into a graphic. That's the assembly I'm writing right now, is the graphics generation. But then what you also have to deal with is now your panel object, each panel object needs to have that sort of data. Whereas here you could just say there's a generic symbol. Again, much like the way the game does it. The game says there's such a thing as a square. All squares are drawn the same. You can say there's such a thing as an up arrow. All up arrows are drawn the same. The only thing that's a little obnoxious for you is you will have to define 24 different shapes, which is the arrows in each of the 8 directions and the 3 counts. But I don't think that's that hard, because that's just a bunch of copy pasting. How does the game handle placing symbols? It's very easy. On the file on disk, each positioning and scaling. Well, that's the code I've been changing here. This code, this is draw counter. So this is the triangle drawing code. And this was Reaver's suggestion to hack at, and I think it's a good one. This code knows how to draw 5 and 6 triangles, which is basically unused, but it's describing, in the beautiful way that only assembly can, exactly the coordinates on the grid of the triangles and the scale of them. It's basically just defining integer or float coordinates for the 6 triangles in here. I know it doesn't look like it. The triangles cheat a little bit because they have sort of a generic, this is the size of one triangle, and so this code can actually just define the center point of the 6 triangles, and then this will just draw all 6 of them. That's basically the way this code works. Each of these branches defines the center points of each of the triangles, depending on the number of triangles. I think it's probably the same way I wound up doing it. Increase the panel size to 5 by 5. Yes, it would. Yeah. No, that's the good thing about using the game's code. Because the game is the one handling it, the game is telling us this is negative 0.1 to positive 0.1. This square will also be negative 0.1 to positive 0.1. And the game will deal with the rendering and the scaling of all of it. That's the benefit of working with the game. You have to do so much less work. Yeah. So things I will deal with. I will figure out how to get the color working. I think that's actually pretty easy. I think I was just being a bit of a doofus. And I will figure out how to get this moved into a data structure. And then probably where I will stop is I will build you probably this triangle shape or maybe some slightly more complicated pentagon just for demo purposes. I'll show you, I'll check in a PR that lets you do that, and I will say you and Reaver can go figure out how to actually wire up everything else that you need. I think Reaver has enough pointers to figure out how to build the logic. There was one little tweak we didn't think about with the logic that I think he's on the right path to fix. Basically, if you tried to use this at the same time as a triangle, you might get some overlapping behavior where the triangle wouldn't validate because your thing is technically a 6 triangle or a 10 triangle, and that's just not a valid thing to do. That's all. But I think that Reaver found a way around that. That's what we were briefly chatting about. There was a little bit more space than I thought there would be, and it's probably solvable. So I think this will solve almost all of your problems. Obviously, you still need your validation code, but I'll also be trying to figure out if I can make a change. I mean, I think that is going to be the goal, is actually to change your validation code in the watcher, the arrow watchdog, to, instead of doing this signal that we just built, actually signal which arrow is failing. It'll write into the, it'll do the sequence right, but it'll also write into the array of like, this arrow is wrong and it should flash. And I believe that will work. That is the goal I have. But that is a tomorrow problem, I believe. I think I am done. Dummy window here, so I can do that one. Nope, that's wrong. Sorry, I'm not a producer, I'm just a consumer. In the breach. There we go. What infinity of things do I need open? Not you. Okay, close that. This guy, I don't need any of you. Okay. I need my no-clip witness, right? Yes. I need Visual Studio. I need x64 debug. Okay. I need Git, Sigma randomizer. Okay, we are in a clean state. I don't think Reaver's PR has been merged yet. Apparently never fetched tags. Cool. Oh, I just never fetched my fork. That makes sense. Okay. Where did I leave off? Right, I was suffering. Oh, yes, I love suffering. Okay. We need to allocate a data array. And to do that, we're going to need a triangle shape. Actually, I guess I should find that. How do we draw those today? I'm okay with this for now. There it is. Well, this is wildly unhelpful. Okay, I have decided I don't care. Make this 1,000 by 1,000 square. We're just gonna draw an arrow, I guess. I don't know. Something like that. And then our scale here is what? Top left corner is minus 0.1, minus 0.1. And our top right corner is minus 0.1, 0.1. Uh, 0.1 minus 0.1. So now I need to know coordinates. So this is 450, 90. So we're going to round that to 510. 500 is going to convert to the midpoint of these two. So that's 0. Did I say 10? No, it's 100. So 100 would be a tenth. So this whole scale is a range of 0.2. So a tenth of that is 0.02. And this is on the negative axis. Oh, my coordinate system is wrong. Okay. Because the x should definitely be left to right. So this will be negative 0.08. All right, this point, 800, 300. This should probably be, we're gonna make it 900, 300. So 900 is what? Again, it's a range of, I need to do math, and my brain does not want to do math. So 0 on pixels maps to negative 0.1, 1000 on pixels maps to positive 0.1, which means that it should be my pixels value times 0.2, 0.02 minus 0.1. I guess it would be correct to say the pixels value minus 500, and then 500 needs to scale to 0.1, so that'll be 0.002. That seems correct. So this is times 2 divided by 10, 100, 1,000. Okay. I know, sorry, I'm not showing this on screen. That's naughty of me. Which is pixel value minus 1,000 times 2 over 1,000, which is pixel value divided by 500 minus 1. No. Okay, my math went wrong. So it's 0 times x plus y equals negative 0.1. 1,000 times x plus y equals 0.1. Shows me that 1,000 times x minus y plus y minus y equals 0.1 minus negative 0.1. 1,000 x equals 0.2. X equals, this is 2 out of 10. 2 out of 1 out of 5,000. That should be pretty easy. 1,000 divided by 5,000 plus y equals 0.1. So it's 0.2 plus y equals 0.1. Y is negative 0.1. So it's x divided by 5,000 minus 0.1. And again, because this is a little bit easier for me, if I put this in the scale of 10,000, that's going to be 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. And now we've got shared space coordinates. Okay, does that look more correct? 2x minus 1,000 over 10,000. So if x is 0, you get negative. Yeah, okay, that's correct. So 900 becomes 1,800, which becomes 800, which becomes 0.8. And then 300 becomes 600, becomes negative. Oh, it's 0.08, sorry. It's negative 0.4. That's this pixel, which is going to put this pixel at the opposite, negative 0.08, negative 0.04. Where are you? So if that was, yeah, 100, 300. This one is, let's say 200, 400. 200 doubled is 400, so that's negative 0.06. 400 doubled is 800, negative 0.0, negative 0.02. Trying to put the leading 0. So this will be the inverse of that, which is positive 0.06. Positive, or still negative 0.02. This point, 400, 300, are those in line? Sure. 400, 300. 400 is doubled to 8 is negative 0.02, and then 300 I already decided is negative 0.04. This will be positive 0.02, negative 0.04. And these coordinates, 400, 800, I'll make it 900. 400 doubles to 800, which goes to negative 200, which goes to negative 0.02. 900 doubles to 1800, goes to 800, which goes to 0.08. All right, so 0.98. do 8 for now. This will be the inverse of that, 0.02, 0.08. Why am I doing all of this? Because I want an actual arrow. And to do that, I need the actual coordinates of the actual arrow. So, next on the agenda, we are going to allocate our first shape. Float coordinates. So our first coordinate here I have to think very carefully about how I want to do this. I think I can do this. The tip of the arrows are slightly different, also high. Yeah, I looked at the layout that Sigma was using. It's this render arrow function, and then this just made me confused. So if you can explain to me what the hell this means, then I'm more than happy to use it. Okay, yeah, have at it. Type up your thesis on the arrow layout. In the meantime, I have to think about how the hell I'm actually doing this. Pairs of x, y. Okay. First four are the main body of the arrow. Okay, with you so far? X6 for the tip. Okay. Subsequent groups of 6 are for... Okay, so this is the first arrowhead, and then, yeah, first arrowhead, second arrowhead, etc. Okay, what's our coordinate axis here? Are we just going from 0 to 1? Points to the right. What are my 4 corners here? What is the scale of my 4 corners? That didn't help. What's the range? If I'm drawing this arrowhead, you said this arrowhead is facing right. Or, I mean, it's a line, or I guess it's a box, and then an arrowhead. Range of coordinates 16 square from 0 to 1. Okay, that makes sense. Which is the x coordinate, which is the y coordinate, and what's the, it's just, you're saying it's just top left is 0, 0, or bottom left is 0, 0? That's the question. bottom left 0, 0. Thank you. Top right 1, 1. And then I'm assuming it's reasonable in that x is the first coordinate and y is the second. I might still start with what I have, just because I know what the numbers are. But, because I don't have to do math yet. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 points on this. I mean, technically it's an array of floats, and I think I want to keep it that way. In vertex takes float. Yeah, that's not the problem. We'll get there, I promise. Why does this take an ID that's literally unused? What? Okay, this is actually a different error. Before the memory reorg makes sense. Well, I have no problem with cleaning stuff up. What? I thought pragma warning pop. Oh, it also is parenthesized. Hell yeah, C++. Don't let anyone tell you what to do. I thought it was... Oh. Okay. This returns an error type. I love it. It's a uint pointer. Data array. Yeah, we were passing the panel in for no particular reason. Okay, that looks good. Okay, I wanted to fix the color. Did I run this already? Doesn't look like it. Doesn't look like it. Ah, I was worried about that. So here's the thing that I'm trying to do, which maybe I shouldn't. I guess it's a good question, actually. Assembly cast float to int. Or I guess it's convert. Yeah, I don't need I need the assembly equivalent. Yep, that's really helpful. Truncating or rounding, pack conversion, common trick is to use the mantissa of the float. Okay, can I just... No, it does actually need to be a pointer. So this is what I actually want to do. I will explain why later, and I will probably not do this given how obnoxious it is for me to do. But we'll figure out the right way to do this. I'm not worried about it. Maybe I even want to be less stupid about this. Let's be less stupid about this. Yeah. Triangle 1. I mean, I guess I'll just do this. Like, whatever. Byte data stood vector byte data triangle 1 plus 1 data dot no. I still don't know how I feel about this. Because I still wind up having to do a big double array, and I was trying to avoid doing a double array, but we'll get there when we get there. Sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. No, I don't. Isn't there a thing called write array? There totally is. Oh, but it needs to be on a panel object. What? Why? Why? Okay, I will not be doing that. I think this will be fine. We're gonna find out. Because we don't have absolute rates. Data. I think this is correct. Let me make sure that I constructed this. Oh boy. Stood vector could not, yes. Okay. In 32t, byte b equals no, it won't be a byte. It'll be a vector of int. Okay. Of course. That. You can hate me for this code later. I already hate myself for this code. Okay. So, what the hell did I just do? What I wanted, and to be clear, this may or may not be a good idea. The way that this code actually works, the way this assembly works, is we wind up with these floating point values. Mr. Coordinates, thank you. I appreciate that. I will go steal that in a bit. The problem with this thing is that these coordinates are the hex representations of floating point values, and that's actually what this whole system is expecting to use. It's using dwords, it's using integer representations of these things. And so if I'm reading these out of some very large data object, I actually want them to be represented as int values. Now, maybe I'm going about this the wrong way. Maybe what I really want to do is to just do this. Okay, yeah, let me actually get back my pragma. I'll go take your coordinates as well. I guess, yeah, let me not do anything fancy quite yet. I'm literally just going to start with this. Oh, the injection already ran. Too late. Okay. Um, so our data array is here. I think this is correct, even though this looks really weird. Our first offset is going to be a negative number. Probably. Yeah, because this is the wrong address. I have no idea yet. It probably does matter. That is a problem for me to figure out in the future. Because yes, it probably matters. So this is going to fail, I'm pretty sure. It did not fail. Okay, we wrote some data right here, or at least we believe we did. I need to go to that here. So here is our nice little data array. I think. Can I make this font size bigger? Yes, I can. Oh, I do have the subtract. That's why this is working, I'm pretty sure. I think. Yeah, this was a negative number that we passed in to write data, and then it got converted to a positive number before anything stupid happened. I guess this can just continue. So I believe we have a data array here that has these values in it, 0 and then negative 0.8. Look at me knowing how to use my tools. Okay. And so the question is, well, what the hell are we doing with that? So what we actually want to do now, instead of hard coding all of this, is we're going to write our own for loop. So we're going to start with a loop counter. Mov rbx. I have to be a little bit careful with what I'm using. Can I push safely? I don't remember. I think I need to push first. I guess I know that I have RCX as scratch. I think I want RBX though. So we'll need a pop RBX here. Okay, so then we're going to say, okay, using our loop counter, if RBX is greater than, shoot, how do they do this? If RBX is greater than 0, then we want to load the float value. I mean, really, we want to load 2 float values. We want a mov keyword pointer RSP and then this should be I want different instructions. Right? We want to basically say pull the next location off the stack. And I can do that with a keyword, which will just move 2. Something like that. And then actually want to do a mov RCX R9, I believe. IDA. Because I believe it turned out that the color was on R9 here. Oh, it's on ESI. What? Where does the color come from? ESI. Color is on ESI. Okay, so I better not push that. We'll just use RBX again. Or I can use the higher registers, right? We have like R10 and R11. No, I want to use the lower named registers. There are reasons to do that. I need the address of this data array. No, that should be a mov because it's an immediate. Let's see. So, yeah, we've loaded in our thing. We've got our color. We'll do this RCX. I don't even know if I need to do this every time. My guess is that I can do that. Oh yeah, this isn't RCX. This is EDX. So we're basically just going to set up the function call. And then we're going to loop through each thing, and we're just going to call the function over and over again. Do I have a do while here? I think I do. Oh, where are my macros defined? Yep. This probably looks a little bit like magic. Don't worry. I promise it's not too crazy. It'll just take some getting used to. So if I remember correctly, do while. You basically just write I think it was this. And then it's if greater than that sounds correct. And that should replace all of this code. I think. So let me just figure out what the instructions are for these. So we've got mov keyword pointer RSP RDI. So I can move that from an immediate. We'll see if that does what I want. I don't think it does. No, I know it doesn't. Okay. So we'll need to do mov RDI. Yeah, you can't move from an indirect to an indirect. That's one of the things. So I need to do mov. So I was going to use RBX as my array index. I was going to use RBX as my counter. Okay, that's probably for the best. So we believe that there's 9 coordinates on this one. So this is load the 2 floats at the head of the array, R10, into R11. What are you complaining about? Does that need a trailing parenthesis, comma? No, it specifically doesn't. Oh, I'm actively running. I shouldn't be doing that. Oh, I have a new line here. In between D0 and 76. Yeah, okay. Because this guy is empty. This is CMP RBX 0. I think the ImBegin now needs to be 9 because 9 is our polygon size. I will double check that that is true after I have tested this. Seven? You cannot count. That's okay. Thank you for double checking. I appreciate that. Well, at least one of us can count. That's the important thing. Collectively, we will eventually succeed. You have a math degree. Yep. No, exactly. I got a math minor, and the moment I got that, I stopped being able to count. Pop R11, pop R10, pop RBX. I will make this code a little bit cleaner in just a sec. I'm just trying to confirm that anything that I'm doing is working here. But the basic gist here is that we're going to be making a loop. We're going to iterate through this data object that I'm injecting here that draws this shape that I had. And then once we've done that, I'll start pulling in like reverse code. I'll start making the size generic. I need to figure out how we're going to encode that in the data. I haven't done that yet. So this should be now R11. Move the two floats into our vectors, into the x and y coordinates of our vector 3. And then I wanted to increment, this will now be R10, inc R10. I think it's actually just that. Yeah, advance the array. I need to also increment add RBX2. It's the loop counter. Okay, now what are you mad about do while? Byte is not a type name. Oh, that's not a real error. Deep breath. Oh, I'm still missing a couple of instructions. Okay. Oh, what? Invalid instruction. Yes, that's because it's not actually there. It's this guy. It's on ESI. OX. And this will be a long. except I decided instead of RDI, I actually wanted it in R10. 49 XBA long to bytes data array. So it's R10. Set up our loop counter. Is there anywhere else that I hard-coded the number 9? I don't think so. Color. Right, so it's here in this size. Oh, right, I mean it's hard-coded like up here. Yeah, okay, I think this is correct. Okay. Deep breath. Let me actually fix the formatting before we get there. Because, dear Lord, I won't have any ability to do it afterwards. Making sure this all looks correct. So we're setting up our function call here. We have our loop counter on RBX, which we pushed safely. Okay, this is the wrong instruction. Which is fine. I will fix that. This is adding to a value. Generally, when you loop in assembly, you just go down to 0. How is the first offset positive here? Am I doing something wrong? Shit. That's what I thought. That's what I thought was going to happen. Oh, time for some more hacks. Yeah, so here's the problem. We're about to try and write data somewhere that is not... Yeah, okay. Good news, you left the write function unattached. So I can just call that. I'm definitely not supposed to. But we can't call compute offsets here because the thing that we're allocating is... It should just be that. Okay, this is going to compile fail. Can I convert argument 1 from uint pointer t to void star? Makes sense. But that should be it. Okay, I am going to take a close look at what this does. Nice, forgot about that. Okay. So we're attempting to write something at this base address, 323D all zeros, which is, oops, actually just step up the call stack, which is our correct address. We're going to write this buffer. If I do and LP buffer star float, sorry. Okay. Sorry about that. I had to remember the C++ syntax. If I say, please treat the following thing as an array of floats, it says, yes, sir. Here's your array of floats. So that works fine. And then the size attribute is 12, which should be correct. Okay, so I think this is going to be safe. Which it is. We're going to write our instructions. I do not need you to step through those. We're just going to continue. Okay. So, in theory, we have now done all of our assembly writing. What does it look like? So, first and foremost, we have our pushes. Push RBX, push R10, push R11. Give ourselves stack frame. Okay, ECX 9. That's not RCX. Which is fine. Yes. Call in begin. Move in vertex. Move RCX, RSP, EDX, ESI, making space for everything. RBX9, RDX, our data array. I guess I don't know what that value was anymore, but I'm going to believe that that's what I said it was, 323D, a bunch of zeros. Importantly, that wasn't coded as a long, so if it was too big, it would have done the right thing. Like rapidly running out of music to listen to. Okay, R11 from R10. Did we initialize R10? We should have, but instead I initialized RDX. Okay. So instead of 48 BA, it's 49 BA. R11 then reads the first value off of R10. We move that into RSP. We increment R10. I think we'll do the right thing because it knows that it's a long. This needs to be sub, which is 83, 48, 83, EB, 02. Call. Let's do this call first. Before we touch anything else. and then just double checking that this loop looks good. This loop is jumping us back up to here, the move R11, R10, which is exactly what I want. And this says jump below or equal. So if, oh. I think this is why I got rid of the do while, because this was confusing to do this instruction, but it's fine. And then add RSP, pop our stack variables in reverse order, move and jump. Okay, this all looks correct. We're going to try it again. But more correctly this time. And then we're going to cheat engine. Okay, well, apparently doesn't want to remember that I launched this executable. Is this still the right panel? Yes, it is. Okay, so we're gonna test that this is working by making the entity type, or sorry, by making the decoration this number. Before I do that, we're going to step through our code and make sure it's actually working. Remarkable, I know. Okay, here we are. Remind me again, I'm on F8 and F7 in this program. Right, push some values, make a stack frame. ECX is going to go to 9. We're going to call imBegin. We're going to load imVertex on RAX, and I'll be keeping an eye on that here. Hopefully that stays. There might be some risk of using RAX, because I think RAX is a return value, in which case I will change it. We load RSP. We load EDX as our color. We load a data pointer. Okay, let's just go confirm that that's a valid place to be. So we're going to go to 3229000. Okay, that doesn't look particularly valid. Are we maybe supposed to be? No. Like, it has some of my values, but not all of them. How do I check? The alloc array should have cached the array somewhere, right? Oh. It sure doesn't. That's cool. Just leaking memory. Oh. Well, regardless, it should work for the first couple of steps. And then I'll have to go figure out what the hell is going on. So I just want to make sure this is all working here. So we're going to load R11. Oh, I hit F10, not F8. That was stupid. We loaded R11. R11 has, I guess those are our first two floats. Yeah, they look like it. And then we have RSP, our stack pointer now. See, the head of the stack now has that value. I'm going to call this function. We're going to increment R10. So R10 should now start pointing to here. 9008. It sure didn't. Okay, I won't do anything fancy. We'll just change this instruction to be an add 8. We're going to subtract RBX. RBX should be going down by 1, not by 2. Okay. So several things are wrong, which is fine. That's why we test. Add R10 8. Dec RBX. And then we're just going to stop the program because it's sure not going to succeed after this. Okay, but now I need to be a little bit more observant about what the hell is going on with this data array. Because it seems like that's not getting written correctly. So here's our data array. Because I am calling the raw pointer, I actually need to tell it that each object is 4 bytes. And if that doesn't happen, it gets very confused. I did not need to do that. It is okay. Slow and or steady progress. Much better. Those look like coordinates. Okay. We are going to continue now. And then we should now be able to observe the magic. Okay, so this is also now the correct pointer. It was the correct pointer before. I just wasn't writing enough data. Okay. This is actually not oh no, this is JA. Yeah, that's correct. What's up? Yes. It is time for cheat engine. Except I need to do that step. Okay. Yeah, so RX is getting cleared, so this is not going to work. But I think our BX won't get touched. Just my bad for using a clobberable variable. So let's use RBX here for all of our calls. And then my loop counter can be on R9 because we're not using it. This last one has to be on RAX because we're using RB. Yeah, because we need to pop safely. And we know that RAX can safely get clobbered here. Okay. This all looks correct. I mean, obviously not. I still need to fix the assembly, but correct enough. Okay, so this needs to push R9, which is 4151. This needs to be RBX, which is 48BB. This one needs to be call RBX, which is FFD3. This one needs to be, again, RBX, 48BB. This one will also be FFD3. This push doesn't need to change. This does. This needs to be pop R9, which is 41F9. Or 59, sorry. I remembered the right thing and said the wrong one. Just making sure of that. Our loop counter we want to be on R9 now. So this will be MOV R9. That is a larger instruction, which makes sense. R9 is not a native register. Okay, that was not the thing that needed to change. Good try though. It's this one, the one that sets up our loop counter. That one actually was the right size, and therefore wasn't a problem. And then our decrement here needs to be an R9 decrement, which is 49 FFC9. And then this comp needs to be, instead of RBX, needs to be R9. I don't technically need, but for my own sanity, I'm going to keep. Am I? Maybe I'm not. Maybe I want to just do it this way. Remind me again, if LE says do the thing and then JA, yeah. Can I? Okay, I'm actually going to take this moment to try and improve my macros. Because what I kind of want to do here is I want to say something, let's do while greater than 0. Which will do, yep, thanks, auto formatter, you're my favorite. Which will basically say, do some stuff, then assume that you have as your last instruction a decrement, then do a JA, right, it'll just be if, and then this. Is this valid? And would I rather phrase this as an if LE? No, I don't want to. Yeah, must end on a deck instruction to set flags. Because this is realistically the kind of loop that I'm going to be writing very often. Then loop if loop if the if there are more than 0 vertices remaining. Does this compile? Yes, I want to stop debugging. Oh boy. Okay, that's not correct. Excellent. I believe I have solved my do while problems. Okay. Let's run this one again, see if it's still working. This hard-coded value seems wrong, right? How did I find that? I guess I was testing that on the debug version. Yeah, that's why that needs to be a sig scan. Like, that actually just won't work on the latest patch. I guess, do I know that the code cave is the same size on both versions? I'm just going to kind of hope it is. I should realistically be sig scanning for the edge, for the end of that code cave. RBX, R9, I should be doing these side by side. R10, sub, mov, call, mov. That's bad. I can't use the same loop variable. This is supposed to be R9. I was not intending to, I just made a mistake. Okay, so that's this guy. 49, C7, C1. R10, our data array. R11, R11, call RBX, which we set up there. Add R10, 8. Yes. Decrement R9. Jump above. I guess I could say jump non-zero, but whatever. Add RSP10. Yeah, we're restoring our stack now. Pop, 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 mov. RCX? This should be RAX. I don't like this being RCX. Uh, 48B8 and FFE0. Okay. That looks correct. Now, next question. I found this to be the end of this function here. How would you know that without some magic? I think we want to read ahead until we find it. That's spooky. The reason it's spooky is just because I guess I just don't know where the edge of this code cave is, and that's probably what I should be determining. I guess I should just double check if they're the same size, because if they're the same size in the two versions that I have, they're probably the same size in every version. I'm just going to stop stop witness, and we'll boot the new version. Yeah, this is obviously not correct, but that's fine. Okay, so where are we writing to? We have draw counter, this guy. So this is draw counter. This is our compare instruction that we're about to overwrite. Uh-oh. Oh, we already overwrote it by the time I hit that breakpoint. Never mind, sorry. So here's our function call. This jump goes somewhere. Is this the right place? This is definitely not the right place. But I just want to confirm that our code cave is set up correctly. Oh, well, it won't be. Right? Because the whole... Didn't I do a jump up here? I had a jump into the label, which I know is correct, but I don't know that the code cave is the correct size. I guess I can check that by looking at our NOP sled. Our NOP sled is the right size, so I think we're good. I just need to stop doing this as a relative thing. So this should be draw counter plus... We're going to make a wild guess. Yeah, end of function. Yeah, known offset. Okay. I guess I'm just gonna go and we're gonna see what happens. There's no real reason to be picky about it. Oh. Yeah, that's not good. This needs to be globals get base. Okay. End of function. Int 64 and what do I call function end globals get base address. It's not globals, it's memory. Plus draw counter plus some known offset. Function end, that is what I called it. Okay. Yeah, so our current value, or no, it's not our current value. It is gunpoint time. Nope, wait, nope, stop. I want to listen to all of gunpoint. Stop. Also, it's very loud. There we go. Sorry. Right. I want to know what the function address was. It should be... Okay. I just need to know what my target was. My target is this. I really am being an idiot. I absolutely did want to do this with a debug statement here. Okay. So that's the target we're aiming for. Our current value is draw counter. 25D. Okay, we're now going to jump to the latest version. Why? There's no reason. Because I'm an idiot. Because I still haven't tested the damn thing is working. And I'm getting impatient. Okay. We're going to do some more step-through debugging. Why am I on the boat? Get off there. All right. We loaded our first 2 points. Oh, I should go to R10. Oops. 3429, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. So we're going to load our first 2 points here. That looks correct here. I guess I can change this to integer signed long, hex, ASCII. BDA3, yep, that looks correct. Okay, we're going to call our function. Our function pointer doesn't get clobbered. We're going to move our instruction forward. We're going to decrement the number of things remaining. And we're going to jump. Yes. Okay. We move our next thing onto R11. That doesn't look like it worked. R10 is pointing to 08. But R11 didn't get updated. What? Why didn't... What? Why are we getting an AV? Damn it! Okay. What just happened is I just crashed the witness, which is the joys of working in assembly. You can always do really miserable things to your programs. I don't actually have a save on the roof, apparently. Cool. Thanks. I think I didn't remember to pause the game while I was up here. There we go. Now I have a save on the roof. All right, I have a better save on the roof. Okay. So... something went wrong. My guess is it was this add instruction. Oh, is my jump not aligned? Does that matter? Oh shit, I'm jumping to the wrong instruction. Oh no. That's why the jump looked funny. Damn it. Okay. That's solvable, thankfully. I can fix that as a spot fix. Falling asleep earlier. Witness reverse engineering from 5 years ago. Yeah, it turns out I've done a bunch of stuff still since then, and then they asked me if I could fix a thing for them, and I went and fixed a thing for them. But yeah, welcome back. I speedrun very different games than I did before. That's not entirely true. I also play Valorant, which I definitely did not play 5 years ago. Yeah, wonderful to have you. This is also a little bit less reverse engineering and more just engineering, because like I'm writing code inside the witness. So this guy was wrong because I had the wrong count. Ta-da! That's it. The joys of macros. I do need to restart witness. I do not need to restart x64 debug. I just need to restart witness. Keep doing that. That is wrong. What did I do? Oh. That's it. I removed a minus sign that I was not supposed to. Unary minus operator applied to an unsigned type. Result will still be unsigned. Are you happy now? Yes. Okay. C++. Okay, does that jump look correct now? Jumps to E. No. The answer was actually, I needed it to be -2. Okay, fine, man, whatever. This is why we test before we ship things to our customers. Okay, we now have a JA that's going to 3A, which is the correct address. Excellent plan. We're going to look at this thing. We're going to make this 5. And we're going to see if this code works. We're pushing, we're calling. We have an invertex. We have an R9. That's our pointer. Let's actually go there again. 3, 4, 2, 9, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, we're going to load our first 2 values into RSP. Like so, 0, and then the float. We're going to call. We're going to move our pointer. We're going to decrement. We're going to jump. Okay, nothing stupid happened this time. We're going to load into R11. We now have 2 different values. We're going to load this into the stack pointer with 2 different values. We're going to call. Okay. Reasonable things are happening. Amazing. Let's make sure we exit the loop properly. We do not loop forever. Also a very good sign. We reached 0 at the end. Also a very good sign. Our final entry was hopefully A7, 2, 3. You know what? We'll figure that out later if I'm missing a spot. Okay. And we resume execution without crashing. Cool. There's still nothing on the display, which is not a good sign. That's going to need some fixing. Okay. So before I go do anything stupid, this is what Git history is for. Here's what I had before. We're going to try that shape, because I know that shape rendered. Reaver, I will take your precise coordinates at some point in the future. But for now, I need to suffer a little bit. Std vector int data. Doop, 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 doop. Oh, I did need that. Okay, but not crashing is good, actually. So we'll take those when we can. Element 3, conversion from unsigned int. Cool. It's about to do something very stupid. One, two, three. This is 3. Const expr num. Okay, a little bit better. Doesn't need to be a const expr. It can be data size divided by 2. Interesting. Very interesting. Yeah. So good news, that means it's probably not something I just did. I changed a bunch of stuff, so it wouldn't really surprise me if there was some other things going wrong. This is not readable, but don't worry about it. Did I remember to 0 this? It shouldn't matter. For the sake of argument, I will do so. The other thing I really wanted to do, because it's really been obnoxious, is I want to do this thing down at the end. So that I can overwrite this more regularly, more comfortably. Because I'm having to restart the witness every time, which shouldn't be necessary. It just takes a bunch of time out of my debugging cycle. So that all looks correct. I guess I can also try this hard-coded color as well, instead of whatever color we're using. So that'd be this one that gets commented out. I guess I should check if RCX gets clobbered as well. Yeah, I should look to see what gets clobbered when I overwrite this. Okay. Onward. Now that I think about it, does it really matter that I move this down here? No, because I need the stupid thing. Don't worry, my brain is definitely functional, I promise. I for sure slept more than 4 hours last night, and will definitely do so again tonight. RCX does get clobbered. Okay, well that's easy enough. And I guess humoring sort of the sane part of me that says don't do complete and utter nonsense, we should probably be redeclaring all of the variables we need to call before we call the function. Like, it's not like we're stressed for performance here. And it's also not like this takes more bytes either way, so. Better. As in, you better work. Turning up the smooth jazz because I like this song. I don't know if this is my favorite. Yeah, this is my favorite track. Okay, that's why I've heard it a lot. It's a good reason to listen to it. I honestly don't know if there's anything to set a breakpoint on here. Well, apparently there is. I'm suspicious that I've actually done this backwards and that the coordinates matter. So I'm gonna do this more carefully. It's fine. It's fine, everything's fine. Yeah, so what I'm doing right now is I'm trying to be a little bit clever about this and copying things. Probably not the way I'm supposed to be. E. Okay. That's fine. So we're just going to be a little bit more careful here. What I was doing before, as I said, I was moving these things as keywords, which is not really correct. I was like, oh, it'll save me a couple of bytes. We're not stressed on bytes here. Let's make sure that this code works. Then we can optimize it if we even need to. Maybe we'll just leave it as is. I don't know why I felt the need to do that. That looks correct. Probably. sure that that did what I thought it was going to do. EBX R10, EBX RSP, EBX R10, EBX RSP plus 4. I don't have my 0 RSP plus 8 line, but it is 0. It is not 0. Oh, that's another good reason why things might not be drawing. If I gave it a Z coordinate that's not 0, you know, it seems like a bad idea. Like, the game's like, where do you want me to draw this? And I'm like, draw it somewhere floating off the end of the panel. No? I cannot do that. I'll give it my best shot, but it's probably not going to work. Well, give it your all, etc. And this jump is still clean? Okay, that's a good sign. Okay, so let's look at our stack frame here. That looks like what I expect. I still don't have a triangle. Why don't I have a triangle? Well, I've been resisting the urge to rip it all out and do it again, but that is unfortunately what I'm going to need to do. That said, not all is lost. Some of this will survive. Basically, I'm just going to need to turn off auto format on paste. You're telling me that's not a C++ function? You're just doing it for the hell of it. Oh, look. See, the word paste is right here. Okay. Sorry, I need to just fight the fact that this code base is using tabs for a little bit. Now, one more indent actually looked okay. Okay, so just to make sure I haven't gone insane, we're going to confirm that this is working. And I'm going to also do this. Like, I'm just going to sort of slowly merge the code that I had at the bottom down into this code. I am not running witness. And in theory, the thing I'm doing here with Cheat Engine, I could be doing with this code, but I'm not. Okay, so that's still working. Great. I once again inserted tab characters, didn't I? I thought I told you to replace all tab characters. I don't like Visual Studio, like, a lot of the time. This is one of those times. Nope. Nope. Okay. Let's see. I still need my scratch space. Let's make sure we can do that properly. That happens before the jump. The only issue really here is this loop. So, I think what we're going to do, I'm going to do a couple of things. I want to get the color. That was one of the other things that we needed. Okay. And I am treating every time I remove tabs as if it could be a breaking change, because it could be a breaking change. Because that's how I live my life. I don't understand, dude. Okay, we're just not going to worry about those comments. We'll fix them up later. Okay. Making sure that this is still working. Yes, please. Oh, I guess I could be doing a right here. That would probably be fine. Let me actually do that. Right panel data. Oh, I see. We'll just put this down here. What is our offset? OX420? Hell yeah. And then 0, and then our value is OX0050406. 604, sorry. I think that's going to be safe. We're going to find out. Because now I don't have to attach a cheat engine, which is pretty nice. Okay, still works. So next, I want to start loading this data out of the data pointer rather than out of here. Am I still putting tab instructions in here? Nice. Why are you inserting tabs? God. Visual Studio and I are going to have a very long talk after this, which I will stop using their software until they make their stuff better. Okay, so we're going to do this. That's after the imbegin call. We're going to load up this data array on R10. And then I'm just going to try and do this a couple of times. So we're going to start with that one here. This is the first one. So in theory, this should be equivalent. We're going to move this value into RSP, and it's going to be a no op. We're just going to go test that. So EBX is 3D4. We increment R10. RSP is 3D4. RSP does not change. So this should not have any impact on the draw. Okay, excellent answer. Good job. Now I'm going to do the second time. This time I'm going to do RSP plus 4 instead of RSP. I guess I can even do this with the yeah. I'm even going to do it this way because I think this will be successful. We can just add 8 because I really don't want to have to do this the slow way. And we're going to do it a second time down here as well. Dude, I love the way paste works in this program. It's perfect. How did you know? Okay. I guess I'll just do all three. We'll see if this even works at all. In theory, this should be 3 no-op write instructions if I'm doing my job properly, which I probably am not. And then if that's working, I will turn it into a loop. Then life will be better, probably. Yep. Okay, so RSP 3D4, 3D4, 0. No change. Our stack pointer didn't get reset? No. Yeah, someone's just clobbering our stack, but that's okay. They're allowed to do that. What? Okay. Well, I think that does answer most of my questions. Which is just that I was getting fooled by the fact that I'm not actually writing really very good C++ code. Or really good assembly. Okay. I guess I should probably check if our stack pointer is getting mucked with. No, it's not, which is good. It would be really dangerous if it was. Okay. And then we need our decrement loop. Am I on a safe address? I'm on RAX. It doesn't really matter here. I'd like to be on RBX though, just because that's the register I reserved. God damn it. I made too many changes. I have to back them out now. Hate it. Let's get my loop counter in here. I keep pushing these buttons in the wrong order. Fortunately, nothing bad is happening because of it. Okay, we're back to that weird behavior, which I believe was because I was using a D word pointer here instead of a Q word pointer. Because the value is getting clobbered. So witness. I'm just confirming. That's the same value. Yeah, it's just 0 the thing. I thought I copied the entire line. It's fine. It's still getting truncated. That's very weird. Developing witness 2. God, that sounds like a nightmare. I am a single person. I have nowhere near that kind of time. Also, it doesn't pay very well. Like, unless your name is exactly Jonathan Blow and you make exactly as much money as he did, you kind of get not really money for working on games. That all looks correct. Why would I hack witness? Because there's this thing called a randomizer for the witness, where you can like have custom puzzles. And there was a custom symbol that the Sigma, the guy who built the sort of most popular randomizer, built called an arrow. And one of the things he built, the way he built it, it doesn't really integrate with the game properly. And as a result, it won't flash if you get it wrong, which is a bit obnoxious for our new players. And in particular, if the 20 or 30 puzzles on Looksee ever get added, or mechanics, there are a bunch of custom mechanics people have built. If we ever want to support those, they need to flash. It is going to be so hard to teach people these mechanics without pinpointed errors. So that's the plan. but I don't understand why it's giving me this. Actually editing the game, making a mod. Yes. This code base that I'm working in here, this Visual Studio here, runs a separate piece of software. That separate piece of software, this is how we do modding in the Witness. We don't do any DLL injection. That separate piece of software will attach to this process, but the thing that I'm doing here is actually directly injecting assembly into the game to change how the game works. So usually the answer would be, I'm not touching the game at all. All of this is just changing the data in the game, like, oh, the contents of this panel are this. In this particular case, I'm actually going in, and that's why I've got this debugger here. This is debugging the game. This is a function that the game already has called draw counter. It's for drawing little triangle shapes. And there's a particular piece of this code which is for drawing triangles of size 5 or 6, which is not actually used, that I have zeroed out. That's this NOP here. This is just zeroed data. And then replacing it with my own custom code. So that's the code that I'm building here. This is assembly. It's getting injected into the game. The game is running it. If that sounds crazy, it's because it's a bit crazy. Something bad happening to my stack pointer? I can't really imagine how that would be happening. But like, I clobbered RCX. I clobbered RDX. Do we need those? I'm just gonna be safe, and we'll say yes. 59. When in doubt, clean up after yourself. RDX, RBX, RCX, RDX. RDX, RCX, RBX. Why do those numbers look backward? $52, $51, $59, $5A. Okay, everything's fine. Just paranoid. That is not it. Everyone's favorite programming exercise, undoing until it works. It's a triangle. See? See? It's supposed to look like that. Oh my god. Stupid damn code. Doesn't do what I ask it to do. Hmm? See, the difference is that I know that Notepad++ will do the right thing. Oh. I lied. Apparently empty lines get treated specially. That makes sense. I guess it makes sense. I don't know. I don't like it. Okay. There we go. Okay. Things that should be safe. We should be able to change this to numverts, because numverts is a known constant that's 3. I will be upset if that breaks. We should be able to update. Yeah, we should be able to do these two, the R9 and the R10 here, because I know that those are safe instructions. I can actually remove this R11. I didn't wind up needing it, at least for now. The less nonsense I have to think about, better off we all are. Okay. So that's the RX call. So loop counter, vertex array. Maybe coordinate array is better. Vertex array is fine. Yeah, we are pushing RBX, so this should be safe. So we're going to use that instead of this for the first one. And this had better not break. But we're taking it in baby steps because I've been breaking it. Every time I try and take big steps, it breaks harder. Which is lots of fun. This is how assembly works. Okay, nothing is broken yet. Cool. Easy enough. So in theory, all of these loops are going to have exactly the same copies of exactly the same bytes, which means that I won't have to think about it. Oh, I forgot to boot the witness again. Okay, so that didn't work already, which is good to know. It's kind of weird, actually. But we're just going to double check that I didn't do anything stupid. Okay. I'll actually leave those in, because this definitely shouldn't do anything. right? I'm like actually actively overwriting the thing I just did. Interesting. Okay, that's a very good sign. Well, no, it's a very bad sign, but it tells me that I'm clearly doing something stupid because these instructions shouldn't change anything since we're overwriting them. So that's good to know. So, yeah. So R10 is pointing to somewhere. It loads 3D4 BD4, right? And then we move that into RSP. So RSP is now 3D4C, BD4C. We do our two loads, and we zero that. Okay, it looks like we're still only zeroing. Oh, this isn't a keyword. That was an important change. I actually thought that was critical. I actually thought that was critical. I think this was a bug that I have. Maybe that mov instruction is exacerbating it somehow. But then again, I could also be wrong, which is very fun and exciting. Yeah, this is supposed to be an int to bytes, I think. Even though I'm not really sold on that. It has the rex w in front of it. That's why it's working. Okay. I need to remember to start the witness before I start this program. I've done it 15 times now. It's okay. I'll get there eventually. Still small. Okay. So we're going to back out the change I just made. And we're going to very carefully add changes in. Am I using RBX for anything? Not officially, so it shouldn't matter if I clobber it. So let's try that. And yet, it's a problem. How? Are we not restoring it properly? We definitely are. Is RBX secretly used inside of this function? I can use a different register. That's not a problem. I can use RCX, which I'm about to clobber anyways. $8B0A. Zero C24. Okay. got overeager, I think. Okay. That's better. We're going to continue moving very carefully. But I think that might have been the issue. I think RBX might not be a safe register to use. Which is weird. But then again, assembly is just weird. Okay. Right. The data is not initialized yet, but the signatures are. So I have to be careful the witness is actually running before I push buttons. Okay. Okay. That looks better. Okay. Let's try finishing up this loop so that we're pulling all of our data off of here. And I'm going to change everyone to using RCX for my own safety. And then I will remove my push on RBX because we're no longer using it. Dear Lord, why did that take me 3 hours? Okay, here we are. Let's get our loop back. Beautiful. Let's fix some formatting. Next to Virtus. can be 0 for everyone's continued sanity. Argument 1, vector 3 coordinate. Okay. Maybe success. That still looks correct. Okay. Now we're going to make sure that we can draw a triangle. Data, undeclared identifier, triangle 1. Okay. A number of things went wrong, which is fine. That's to be expected. So instead of doing that right off the bat, we're going to instead make my data array 2 more elements larger. We're going to make sure that that works. We're going to try drawing a square. Ooh. If that doesn't work, we're going to have to figure it out. But in theory, I can draw a square. That is not a square. You failed. One more try in case I wasn't in a clean state, but I believe I probably just failed. I'm definitely calling imbegin 4. Is that not the right thing to do? Maybe imbegin... That's interesting. Maybe imbegin isn't actually for the number of vertices. I thought it was. Yes, if I go to draw grouper, this still calls imbegin 3. Okay. Okay. That explains some things. Imbegin 3 just says I'm going to draw a 3-dimensional object, as opposed to imbegin 4, which would say that would explain some of what was going wrong. Not all of it. Some of it still definitely can be my fault. Okay. Did not magically solve all my problems, unfortunately. Still think it was worth fixing, but... Okay. 3, 2, 2, 8, 1, 2, 3, 4. Can't count to 4. Yeah, so here are my coordinates. I guess I should double check that I did my coordinates right. Let's do that. I can't imagine how this would be wrong. Yeah. This should just detail the 4 sides of a square. Unless I'm wildly misunderstanding how coordinates work. Oh, we've reached the dregs of the soundtrack. Meat Boy time. Briefly make sure no one needs my attention in Discord. Nope. They're just having stupid arguments again. Okay. I mean, for what it's worth, I don't actually know for sure that... No, this should be the number of vertices. Excuse me. I think they were just drawing the grouper as a bunch of triangles. I think that's all. Now, it's possible it doesn't work, but that would surprise me a little bit. Given that it wound up drawing a triangle, that is what screams to me that it might just be drawing a triangle when I tell it 3. Not crazy. Still drawing a triangle. Okay. I mean, I don't really know how to debug that. Unless, like, my coordinates aren't right. But I don't think that's what's going on. Three, 3, B3, BB, 3B. Yeah, that looks correct. I mean, if I tell them they have to draw all their stuff as triangles, they will survive. But I would really like to do better than that. Let's see if I can find anyone who calls in begin. With more than 3. Okay, I have answered my question. You cannot draw more than a triangle in this game. Cool. Okay, problem solved. I accept. Only supports triangles. Fine. So if you give the coordinates of your shape, I can actually turn that into a triangle array. Coordinates equals, I guess this would even be stood pair, float. I am assuming it's convex, which is not true. Yeah, there's zero guarantee that your polygon is convex, right? Like, what I was imagining doing is saying like, oh, you can divide this up into triangles like this, right? Like you go along the edge, along the second edge, and back to the origin. It'll work in the case of this triangle, but it won't always work because it requires every point to see the origin. I think it will work in my case, which is nice. But I don't know if it'll work in general, especially not if you have a triangle that's multiple segments. So I'll need to figure out how I want people to represent that, or if I want to build an algorithm that can subdivide triangles. I guess that's a good question. Algorithm to divide a polygon. It doesn't have to be convex into triangles. Polygon triangulation. Wikipedia. It's trivial to do it for a convex polygon, yes. Two-ears theorem. Any simple polygon with at least 4 vertices, which are triangles with 2 sides being the edges of the polygon and the third one completely inside it. Argument is finding such an ear, removing the polygon, and repeating until there's only a triangle left. Okay, so you basically find sort of skip edges, and you find edges that are contained within the shape. What what does this mean? I'm having trouble visualizing this. So monotone, it's monotone if every line but isn't that equivalent to being, I guess it's not equivalent to being convex. It says that it's convex if you look at it side on from some particular angle. And there might be an angle you could look at it from where it appears convex, as it were. Like your lines that you're drawing across it don't leave and re-enter the polygon, even though the polygon itself is not convex, right? Like I could imagine that if there was a cut out of this, it would appear convex from this angle. Okay, cool. N log n algorithm. There's just a randomized algorithm. That's hilarious. Oh, okay. So full triangulation is NP. Great. Okay, so the answer is I'm going to make it the job of the person building it to tell me what the shape of the damn triangles are because I don't want to write an algorithm to figure it out. Isn't that cool? So I guess we need to do this struct triangle float p1x float p1y, or sorry, p2x and then we want to say this is a vector of triangles, vertices, or shape, I guess I'll call it. So that's one triangle, and then we'd have a second triangle that would live at, because this is convex, life gets really easy for me. I can just go from here to here. Data for const triangle try shape data dot push back try dot what's the correct way in C++ to do this? Is it just star float star int star? Do I even care? Can I just make this an array of float? P0x. We'll try it. Oh, I need to stop the program and do the thing again. I made a box. Hell yeah. I've created one very pixelated box. Oh, I also still need to do the, yeah, okay. So I'll need to think about this some more. But I at least have something working. Oh, I guess I can make my triangle out of doubles. I really want to make it floats. Because I think then what I can actually do is I can make this an int, and I can say, pretend that this is an int pointer. Oh, I don't have to be quite this crazy? No, I probably do have to be quite this crazy. Int pointer begin equals this. Begin plus 6. This is insert, not pushback. Do you compile? You get a little mad at me. Array. I thought I had this right before. Insert end. I need the end. Oh, std copy? No. That looks good. Okay. Because the benefit here now is that you just don't have to, I don't know, my code is simpler. It doesn't affect anyone but me. It's not true. I probably will in the end write the triangle parsing algorithm to make everyone's lives easier so that they don't have to write it. Or I'll at least give them a recommendation for how to do it. Okay, I am still drawing a square. That is good. I want to draw this arrow. I want to put it in chat, and then I want to call it. Because that's going to be enough, I think, for today. It's getting a little late. I mean, we're just going to say I hope it works. Can I turn off autocomplete, please? It's really annoying when I'm trying to type things quickly. Oh, it also gets rid of all the horrible red squiggles. That's great. Yeah, so sort of naively, if your shape is convex, you can do this. But you probably can't for most shapes. Like, I don't think this is going to work. We're going to try it anyways, but I don't think it's going to work. I see. With IntelliSense off, I don't get... God. Warning, conversion from double to float. Nope. I decided I don't care. This is the problem. I have been given a series of coordinates and don't really have a good way to parse that. Yeah, I don't mind my algorithm being slow. What was that even called? It's called polygon triangulation. I would like a C++ algorithm. how recently. This was updated 4 months ago somehow, despite the fact this idea is like years old. Simple planar polygon, including any winding order, including holes. 2D plane, 3 or more dimensions, you can project them or use something else. Fill the polygon structure, any order. Oh. Okay, great. How big is this file? It's 27 kilobytes. Hell yeah. I love it. I just realized that I really should not be doing this by hand. The odds of me getting it right are very low, and the amount of time I'm going to spend versus the value is incredibly small. Okay, so these are the points we've been given. Or you've told me to use uint32, right? Okay, set a breakpoint there. See how that goes. Cannot include files. What? Is that not how? Did I put it in the wrong damn place? Include in project. Compile. Hilarious. C++ min max. What is the undefined? we did not run our code. I love it so much. Okay. What the hell does this structure look like? Oh, these are indices into our array. What the? Can you explain what this returns? It's not helpful. I want to know. Okay. I'm assuming that this is saying index 801. Yeah, this is 21 elements. So it's divided up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 into 7 triangles, which is exactly what you want. Okay. And this is in fact the way we want this. For each index and indices, we're just going to push data.pushback. I think I still have this on the polygon, right? Polygon 0. This is a stood array. X coordinate. Thank you for the reminder. I will be right back. Water has been acquired. My music is too loud. Shit. Sorry about that. I like Meat Boy. Are we better now? Hopefully we are, and if not, I can turn it down further, but getting there. Okay. We will have my desktop audio. How about now? Nice and subtle background music. You're very welcome. Okay. If I am very lucky, I'm going to draw an arrow. If I'm not lucky, then I won't. Oh, I don't need this breakpoint. Victory! Victory is sweet. Victory is very sweet. Okay. Emboldened by my success, I will attempt something more egregious. The egregious thing was not, oh, I can't use noclip version for actually running the code. Okay, it's fine. Okay, so what we're not doing right now is, first and foremost, we are not, I believe, adding these to the decorations array. That's apparently not the right thing. Am I not looking at the right puzzle? Nope, I sure am not. Yeah, so we're not adding these elements to the decorations array, which we are 100% supposed to be doing. It doesn't look like we're adding the stones to the array either, which is kind of weird. Because there's no... Are we just not using decoration? How are you doing? No, you must be. I must just be looking at the wrong panel. Yeah, I'm on the wrong. Yeah. I forgot. I forgot there's a new version. I was looking at the wrong thing. Excuse me. Okay. Here are decorations. You can see that they are much less beautiful because I haven't actually worked with this this version as much. So 100 is our stones. So 117 here, this is an arrow. Right. So I need to make it 1-6. Right? So there's my arrow. It's not facing the right way, but it does flash. Okay. So the next thing that I have to do, I think I can try and do that today. Let's start with single arrows. Oh, I probably don't have control over that. Yeah, it doesn't let me specify the count. Pretty sure. Oh, maybe I can. Maybe I can say arrow 1. Hey, I can. Nice. Okay. So we're gonna make everything an arrow 1. So this is right arrow. Yes, okay. Now I have to start thinking harder. So, what information will we have available to us here in draw grouper? Draw counter, sorry. we'll have the count. So that's the main thing I want to be using here, is we're going to use this count as an index. And then the question is, index into what? For now, I can cheat. I don't want to cheat in the future. How big of a polygon does someone need to make? Right, if each triangle is a vertex, right, so it's the number of vertices minus 2. If I give you 100 vertices, that's very many. What if I gave you 16 vertices? That's a little too few. 64? Okay, 64 vertices. That feels like a lot, but fine. 64 vertices, which then turns into 62. That actually, this number of vertices in power 2. Okay, so but let me stop saying things out loud and do some math. 64 verts, 62 tries, 126. No, I can't math. 186 chords or points, which is 372 floats. That's a lot. I would like to get this value down to 256. Maybe I make this number 1024. Maybe I make this number 512. How about that? Which makes this 256. 256, I'm pretty sure is pretty close to a power of 3. Yeah, 85 tries. That's still a lot. That's 87 vertices. How does 128 divide by 3? I mean, it doesn't really matter. Basically, it's just going to have from here. So 40 vertices. Let's do that. Let's do 256 floats, which is 128 points, which is 42 triangles, which is 44 vertices, which is a lot. That is a pretty complex shape that you can draw with 44 vertices. And then the reason that I want that is because I'm going to build one single data array that has all of your objects in it. And so that's you're gonna index into the data array at offsets of 256. So we're gonna make this data array outside. We're gonna say the data array is full of 0.0f, and it is sized 4 times 256. And then this will be data 0, 4 int j equals 0, j indices count, size j plus plus. J plus equals 2, actually. No, j plus plus, yes. Data I times 256 plus j times 2 equals and then this will be plus 1. Okay. So here's our right arrow 1, and we're going to do 4 spins of it. Right? Does this have to be an array? Can this not be a stood pair? Am I allowed to do this? Too few template arguments. Oh. syntax error, semicolon. Argument conversion from float to unsigned std vector push back. No overloaded function can convert all the argument types. Fine, man. Whatever. You win. Local function definitions are illegal. I am breaking the law. Okay. And this continues to be not valid. Okay, that's fine. I will accept. So insert insert the arrow into the array, or yeah, convert, right, create a polygon out of the arrow and cut it into triangles. Insert the triangulated polygon into the data array. Rotate the polygon clockwise. I think this is counterclockwise. It's fine. Okay. So that is functional. We are now, in theory, writing 4 arrows in the 4 cardinal directions. Now the tricky thing is we need to change this code, because this code is assuming that we will directly have the data we need, and that's not true. We actually will need a little more information than that. It's not that much more, though. We're basically just going to, instead of doing this, we'll just do an add R10. Yeah, sorry, mov R10. What's our branch here? It's our EAX. Oops. Let's set this up first. EAX times 256. And then add R10 data array. And then that will go away. And now we should be able to work directly off of R10 as if nothing has changed. I'm still assuming that all objects are the same size, which is not true. Numverts is not this anymore. Yes. We will need to figure that out. I don't have an answer yet. To do hard-coded. So what did I say, this was 21? To do hard-coded. Can't spell. Actually, I guess this is a question. Can I just say 44 here? And it just runs the entire gamut? Is that okay? Like, will anything break if I do that, or will it just be like, whatever? Because if I can just do that, then, right, like if the game is willing to just draw little invisible triangles in the corner, maybe I don't care. Okay. So let's go open the witness. Whatever. I don't actually care. We're not in dangerous code here. That's not a valid... What? Really? Does it have to be RAX? Okay. Am I allowed to do this? No. That'd be like mul RAX 250, whatever. R10 RAX. Mul shift right R10 7. Am I doing that right? What is a shift right instruction? Isn't that... No, it's a shift left. And then 7 is 2 to the 7 is 128. I actually want 8 for 256. And then I want to do an add R10, and then this will be an immediate OX 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 FF. I can't add a 64-bit immediate. Okay. So I guess then what I really want to do is I want to say mov or shift left RAX 8, and then we'll have that same mov instruction we have now, the mov into data array, and then add R10 RAX. Okay. Oh, piss. It's going to be too big. I need a sub RAX 5, right? We're starting at index 5. Yeah. Whoops. Offset, yeah, skip the first 5 triangle counts. Is that the right number? Yeah, 0 to 4. Fine. Offset, yeah, determine the offset into our data array, 256 ints. Oh, it's going to be more than 8. Okay, well, whatever. It'll be 256 ints or floats per allocated per symbol. Adjust the array start by the offset. My guess is that 44 is a small enough number, but we'll find out. Okay, time for more fun and excitement. By which I mean I'm going to push buttons and something's going to happen. Stop putting me on the damn boat. I know why it's doing it. That's not the problem. I just don't like it. It's weird. Okay, we're going to re-enable this. We're going to see if that works. It certainly will not if I do the wrong thing. Weird. What is I? I is 0. J is 9. Well, we're going to check these two things. Indices.size. Oh, piss. Polygon 0, indices J. Yes. That makes more sense. I need to restart this. Vector length too long. Width is -1. Okay. Don't know why that would be the case. Oh, it's probably this. It's fine. I continue to do this, and I shouldn't be. Witness. Memory. No crashes? Oh. Why are you mad? Oh, because we're trying to generate. No, we are not allowed to do that. Oh, we crashed that program too. Excellent! Everything is going flawlessly. Yeah, globals does not, or globals lines up fine, but this program assumes that everyone's offsets are the same, and they're not. Okay, let's attach the debugger before I do anything else. Because I don't trust that my code is correct, in fact. Okay, so that 2C is this guy, number of vertices. We're going to load in our data array, which is 323C1234, which is now very big. It's got a bunch of stuff here, and then there's going to be a bunch of blank space, and there's a bunch of stuff here. So the idea here is each symbol sort of gets its own block, and these symbols are not super big, so they aren't using up the whole block. We're going to take RAX, which is currently 4. Okay, so that's wrong. We're definitely going to subtract 4, not 5 then. Because our first one needs to be at this first offset 0. And it's just going to go read through. This one is 7, which is going to turn into 3, which is going to turn into 300. Now, is that correct? Are these on the hundreds? It actually seems like these are on the 400s. So I think this needed to be shifted one more. Is that correct? Let's try that. What if this is a shift of 9? So this is now 5. 5 becomes 1. 1 shifts left to be 200. No, this is a shift of 10. OXOA. Okay. This is why we do this, because I can't count. Okay, we're just gonna restart. That's the safest thing to do. Oh, I should not claim that that's an integer value, because I haven't used integer values anywhere else. And 10 looks like it's integer value. Okay, attach before I click into the thing. Draw counter. Okay, I have my breakpoint set. Doop. Okay, so let's go down to this. It's 4C7E1234. So our first one will be directly here. That's the value we're going to get here. So we're going to subtract to get to 0. We're going to multiply. Nothing's going to happen. We're going to continue. Our next one is at 7. We're going to subtract down to 3. We're going to shift left up to C0. So this is 80, and here is C0, which also starts a data block. Okay, I think that's going to be correct. Oh, it's beautiful. Oh, it's so pretty. And they all flash. Yay. Okay. Very happy. I should commit. I'm like, you know what I should do? I should git commit. Arrows are now being drawn in various directions. Okay. Now to latest patch, where I will be cheating a little bit so I can make a good advert video, because Reaver is still working on a patch that I think I'm going to need. Let me remove this now that I'm sure it's working. By sure, I mean I'm not sure, but we're going to pretend I'm sure. Okay, obviously nothing is happening yet, because a number of things are weird here. First of all, we're still using the old draw mechanic, so I actually need to turn that off. Yeah. Now I don't remember where I found this. It was like hours ago. Okay. If I go from main, I can't get too lost. So I made this change here at the beginning of main that's going to add an arrow puzzle. So it's going to call generator generate, which is going to init the panel, place all symbols. That's going to do place arrows. Okay. I think for now, I want to hack this to be 6. And we're going to make arrow 1 be 506, arrow 2 be 606, arrow 7 be 706. And we'll pretend that that's okay. Oh, no, that's not right. Shoot. Okay, I'll figure out what's going on with that. Yeah, I think I'll need to do some manual stuff with that. Okay, but where do you do the thing, dude? Render. It's called render. Render. Okay, so we're just gonna return from here. Or I guess the cheaper thing to do is to just comment out this function wherever it's called. Yep. Nope. Okay, so that should make arrows invisible, which is not particularly helpful at this moment. I want to go back. I thought this looks like a spot that I want to change. Thinking. Oh, that's in a header file. That's why it... Good talk. This has to rebuild literally everything. So color is 1, count is 1, choice. Yeah, so the idea here, I think, is that... Oh, for piss off. Is that, like, if arrow is that, it'll do this, right? So color is the low flag. That's still correct. Where's the rotation? Dir. What? How does this keep picking random directions? Okay, it's called choice. Choice is the direction. So choice. Okay, so I want to nix count. No, I don't want to nix count. I just want count to be this is probably fine. I want count to go to a higher bit. And I guess choice will go to the 2 bits above that. Because there'll be 4. No, there'll be 4 choices, and those should go first, and then the counts should go after. The rotation is going to be a higher priority than the thing. Okay. And then in this particular case, I don't know that I want to change this in general, but I'm just going to change it here. This should be OX600. And we'll see if that works. Oh, this will be, sorry. That's not going to work. We're ORing in the count, the rotation, but the rotation, we're still starting too low. Okay, this is fine. I'm just hacking it. It's fine. I think that's correct. We shall see. Okay. Cool. Follow-up suggestion. Don't touch the thing at all. We'll fix it in post. Immediately crash the game. Oh, okay, sorry. Start the game first. Okay, so there are no visible arrows on this puzzle. That's, I wouldn't say by design, but working as intended, shall we say. And then what I need to fix is in the entity itself. I'm actually just going to hard code this for now. So this is an arrow. It's got a count of 1 and a rotation of 1. And so instead of that value, we're going to set this to 6. It's not drawing. Why? Is the color wrong? Okay, that's not ideal. Oh, because it's 7. Sorry. There we go. So I don't know if that's correct or not. But it is the thing that's being done. And then the other thing I need to change is how we're signaling failures. Oh boy. Okay. I don't know what the correct direction is. Is this really not? Panel grid. This feels like the place to make the change. I think I want to get this working. And I'll just remove count because it doesn't matter. Yeah, what's our value for choice? What is your random? Yeah, this is modulo. Okay, so should be that, right? I'm just gonna hope that doesn't crash the game. I don't know why it would be. Okay, it's drawing them as quad triangles, so I'm definitely too low. Right? Yeah, I'm definitely too low. Okay, so we're now going to go back into that watchdog that I had. And we're going to have these guys do their print lines. Arrow not valid. Is valid. Output. So these arrows are not valid, which tells me they're not facing right or down. I need something that will work. It's telling me they're still not valid, which means they're not both facing left and they're not both facing up. surely one of these two directions should be working. Okay. So x is 1, y is 1. Our symbol looks like a triangle. Okay. So we're cheating here. Whatever. Okay, that looks correct. We're just sort of handling existing triangles are getting handled safely. I'm just dropping out the rest of the triangle logic. So that's why we weren't validating. Why? Okay, fine. Game doesn't like being re-randomized. I can't fault it for that. Okay. We have two arrows in different directions. The arrows are not valid. The arrows are still not valid. That makes sense. Okay, I'm being a little bit of an idiot here. We're gonna generate one arrow. We're gonna see if I can figure out which direction it's facing. Oh, I need to not do this because the game did not appreciate it. At all. Okay, Watchdog start kicks off a thread, right? I can just breakpoint here so we don't enter the main body and try and randomize the rest of the game. It's probably the right decision. Oh my god. So many buttons to push in exactly the right order, and I'm apparently bad at pushing buttons. Holy cow. Okay, better. We have one arrow. Threads, debug Windows, threads. Bring it down here where I want it, and put the output over there where I want it. Okay, threads. So we're gonna freeze this thread, and then we're gonna continue. Because this output is actually coming from another thread. Okay, arrow is valid. What if I double back here? Arrow is valid. What if I go around the top? Arrow is not valid. Okay. So I think this one's actually facing the right way, hilariously. It's possible I got them all right somehow. Oh, for fuck's sake. Arrow not valid now. Arrow is valid. Is it facing left? What? Is it at the wrong coordinate? From where it's being drawn? Right, like there should not be any direction the arrow can be facing where this is not valid. I think it's being drawn at the wrong coordinate. Okay, that sounds like it's above my pay grade. So I'm gonna call it here. And then hopefully once Reaver makes his change, which I don't think is out yet. I don't think it merged, sorry, to be clear, because I think he had some questions. Yeah, once this merges, or was there more to it? Oh no, he also had the, oh, this isn't even the thing I need. Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff that we need, but I'm happy to get this thing ready at some point. I would like to figure out why these are drawing in the wrong places. That's probably bad. I don't know if this is wrong or if it's just that this is setting in the wrong position. I believe that. Who knows? Well, I know this has been a bit of a hodgepodge stream, but thank you folks for watching. I am calling it for today. I don't know if I'll be doing more of this on the stream. This is basically what I wanted to show off, was how to do the assembly stuff. I'm less interested in demonstrating how to edit Sigma's randomizer. That's kind of his problem. But the assembly stuff I realize not a lot of people have done. And so it's good to have some recordings of someone slogging through that, even if it was a bit embarrassing, all the mistakes I made. So thank you for watching, and I will see you all later.